Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I was a little light on the vocals there. A little bit of a stumble, but that's all right. So now, as I continue forward on my player pull, hold on. As I continue forward on my troubleshooting my player pool data, player pool um, uh, editing. We'll call it editing. Okay, hold on. Okay, if you're gonna be screaming that loud, I'm screaming, so I got. Where am I? Oh, I'm getting crazy. I'm getting crazy. my, my son's over there playing games, and he is in serious get into it mode and screaming and yelling, and I know that's background noise that I can't quite contend with. I had to go close his bedroom door. Let's see. I am working out on trying to figure out. All right, so I've been tweaking and slowly but surely getting all of my player pool data fixed here. So you can see now I'm down to 4. I had 5. I went through and I adjusted my rush awareness. I have 4 left. I actually probably need to kind of go through all the skills a little bit because I added some functionality to my Mongo database query that allows me to actually review the skills and kind of see what I've got going. All right, so what kind of number, what kind of spread have I got um, display coming out for those stats? Ideally, you get a decent spread, right? You got the lows, you got the highs, you got a lot of the middle stuff. Um, and your high isn't stupid and your low isn't stupid. I mean, you're getting a range that can work so that when you kind of come in and want to edit it later. Um, so I think today is officially, I'm gonna mark it as such. Today is officially 200 days, which it's day 200 of my work. I'm actually further along than that. I started in November. I've only got like 3 months left. So what's that mean? 100 days I didn't actually work. Well, I don't work Saturdays, so that's 52 days that I don't work. Well, that's not even true. I've worked a lot of Saturdays. Uh, I don't know how that. I don't know. Maybe my math is just bad. Rest assured, I've worked a lot of offline days, and my days I count on my thing. When you see it, when it says day whatever on my descriptions, that's a lot me just kind of guessing. I've been trying to go up one day, but it's mostly online days. That's 200 days of streaming, generally, with a couple of little extras here and there. It's somewhere between 200 and 210 or 20. But I've also had a lot of days, or like yesterday, I barely even came online for a short period of time. If I did, I can't even remember what days I'm on. But a lot of times I'm just uh, head down coding, and I don't stream. So there's there's a number of days like that where I do pretty good with my head down coding. But even when I'm streaming, some days I'm focused, some days not so much. I was going to show you my current little output tool here. So my last one I worked on was this rush awareness. Now this is a ability that QBs have, and this is kind of like it's a bonus. So I actually keep track of it as a bonus. I've kind of given myself some nomenclatures to kind of adjust how I use these skills or how I plan to use these skills. Oh, whatever. Um, it's funny how to connect this. That's pretty much all I had to do. Go up here and click that button. It's like it can't do it itself. I think that's weird. But okay, so here we go. So I got 1500, which basically means the majority of my players don't actually have this ability, this bonus. but they all get something because everybody gets something. So there's 49 players that will get the min value, and these are above the minimum. So 1537 get the minimum. Minimum is a special value given to all players who have 0 qualifying stats. And then the rest get calculated into the totals. So then everything gets, and then of those that are actually get values, we have these distributions. So that's not terrible. I mean, I actually purposely scaled on a 1 to 10. I don't have any really terribles. Rush awareness is a QB skill, so most players will have a skill, have some value in this range. He's got the really bad QBs, he's got a couple of pretty decent QBs, decent rush awareness, and then these guys. I would probably like to see if I can weight this a little bit more. I feel like rush awareness at the elite level, like this. These would be guys who are 8.2 to 10. Now keep in mind, in my game, players can hit are only ever going to be the max value the season they come in, and only one generally is going to be, and even then, if there's only like one player who can be perfect, and that's only in stats that have single value indicators or single value parts. So like I have some things that just use like 1 or 2 stats and they math together and it becomes a 1 value. And if that 1 value, there will be one player in all the league that gets to be a 10 or a perfect score, whatever that is, 99, whatever. In most cases, it's going to be 99 because all my ratings, when you look at players, they have ratings for everything. They'll have a 99. And so good luck. This isn't Madden where you got 99s all over the place and 98s and 97s and all these guys are the same. But also a 99 may be better than the other players, but he's not going to be stupid. Yeah, in a street race, a 99 speed will outrun all the other guys. You know, if I just laid him on the field and had him go. But there's other factors, right? Maybe I do something like introduce stamina, and I'll have some logic or whatever that determines stamina. I haven't figured that out yet, so I'm not building in stamina yet. I have, well, that's not true. I actually do have a fatigue indicator, and I did actually calculate something, so maybe I'll introduce that somehow, which would take a guy who's 99 and potentially make it so he could be caught. if other guys have higher stamina and reasonable speed, they may actually be able to catch him. I don't know how those stamina fatigue values are in there, and I haven't actually implemented that stuff yet into my code. But I'm just saying, a guy who's 99 when he comes in out of the 16 seasons, if somebody breaks the record or tops that ability, he'll become the new 99. Everybody gets recalculated, and the guy who was 99 suddenly drops to 98. I don't know, depending on what the range is. Some guys, some abilities may actually be ranges that might actually drop by 1 or 2 or 3 because he's not the top, then he can't be the top. But I don't have many like that. A lot of my stuff goes down by the decimal. So with hundreds of players, there's usually people that are all in a range. Just depends on how many are actually qualifying. Now, you see these minimums. Not those. Oh, I guess that is. Wow. By the way, I got 100 players in my stats to suddenly qualify for a bunch of stats because I cleaned up some pages of my code that was using those stats. Now it was able to find those players, and now we got 100 players that are actually good now. So I went from 1,484 to 15 something. I don't know. It's 15. I think it might be 1580 something. Anyway, so what I'm kind of trying to figure out is I got this guy, Byron Leftwich. Now I remember him. I mean, he was I think he had moments of decency, but it feels off to have him. I don't. He doesn't strike me. I'm eating nuts here, cashew mixed nuts, and it's a mistake when I'm streaming, so forgive me. Forgive me for choking myself while I stream. Okay. So so there's Ben Roethlisberger, which I think was one of the guys. Now it's OJ Otogaway. I don't know why he's a guy who I should probably have him picked from the non-mins, because I think OJ Otogaway is not actually a quarterback, so he's not technically supposed to be on here. The min would be somebody who's he's a 1. Oh, but min value is a 1 currently. Huh. Okay. So let's go look at Byron Leftwich. So Byron, where are you at? In attempts. Byron. Oh, is he really way down here? Yeah, so it's way down here. Okay, so he only played 3 games, so I'm obviously not scaling this very good. So something's weird with my numbers. Right off the bat. So let's go up here, and we're gonna freeze these just so I can. Byron. So he was sacked twice on 107 attempts. That's what, 1 every 50? So, man, this guy sacked 13 times in 119 attempts. Yikes. That's a lot of sacks. So he was going 1 out of every 50. I mean, that actually is really high, and that might be why he's getting such a high number. Because even Peyton Manning, with only 10 sacks in the season, was 1 out of every 57? Is that right? Yeah. 1 out of every 57. Now, he should be higher, technically, right? Because that's actually out of every 53 he was sacked. So let's go look at some competing numbers. Let's see what we got. Or let's go see what I've got in my my rush awareness. Here we go. Oh, whoops, no, wrong one. All right, rush awareness. So what I'm using are sacks and yards lost. All right, let's see how many yards lost he did. He lost 0 yards on his 2 sacks. That probably is the swinger, because even at 57, Peyton Manning, who was actually pretty spectacular that year, lost 74 or 7.4 yards per. So there should be a scaler that breaks the number, and I apparently am not applying it correctly. Because if I was applying it correctly, this would never work, because he only played 3 games. So let's try to get my scaler. So this is my scaler, pass attempts. So what I might do, let's take the full value like I did in the past. We'll just get everything to calculate. And then this might be not the best thing either, because I'm using sack yards lost per sack times sacks per attempt. All right, so sacks per attempt. So So that was 50 times sack yards lost per attempt. Oh, so that's not a good. That's not good. What am I doing? Because that's 7. 7 times 50 is going to be massive. That gives way too much weight, I think, to the sack yards lost per attempt. Because if you only get like a 1, you could be sacked a bunch of times and you're not going to have as much problem as a guy who got sacked and had an average of 15 off of less sacks. So you get sacked twice and you lose 30 yards. I think the fact that you got sacked should carry more weight than the yards you lost. Now, granted, the yards you lost is bad, but if you don't get sacked that often, I mean, you're pretty good at avoiding it. You may not have been very good at escaping once you got caught, or maybe your response to being sacked. I think sack yards lost per sack is important, but I think it should be like a, I don't know. So how do I want to weight that? I want that to be important, but I don't want it to be totally breaking. Because I think it's sack yards lost per. And you want this number to be small, so I am inverting it. And then I think I need to actually take this value and go, we're going to scale it after. I may not have to do the 1 to 10, by the way, if in fact, I may not have to worry about the 1 to 10 if I can get a better scaling. What's happening is these yards per sack are breaking things. Also, I think I might include the games modifier. I have some of my, well, that's kind of what this is. Scaling, that's 30. No, because they're going to hit the 30, but it's the games. I feel like players need to play against multiple teams to truly shine. And I think I need to do the games modifier. I have a games, well, I've been doing a games modifier. I haven't been doing it as a separate function. I probably should. Games modifier just means they have to play a certain number. This is like a games modifier right here. Games played mod. Where is this? I'm gonna go here and say, do I have that anywhere else? I do. All right, so we're gonna go get games played mod. I'll just do that, and we have to pass in games played. That's it. And then I'll take this, and then we're gonna go over to my utils. I'll put it here. Play mod. Holy moly. Do I have that? I don't, but I wonder if I should. Since it's gonna be smart enough to actually do it. It's gonna create the hold on. Hey Karama, what's the latest? This is I don't need this game league. league minimum games played. Let's just go like this. Minimum. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go one more. I'm going to shorten this down even further. If I decide to put that into a modifier, I'll do that. But for now, do that. Okay. And we'll go back over to my game skills here. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. So we're going to take this guy. And then we're going to go back down to my rush awareness. I'm going to apply this as well. Okay, so pass attempts mod. Oops. Okay, back to it. All right, so I'm trying to get this to balance out a little bit better. You can see here I've got a 1 to 10. Byron Leftwich is incorrectly getting considered. He doesn't have enough games played, nor do I really feel like he's got enough attempts to justify his numbers. I think I'm actually thinking. I wonder if I want to put in a variable. I mean, he played. How many games did he play? He only played 3 games. I'm gonna say at least 8 games. 8 games is good. And 8 games is the default, so I'm using that. This just makes sure that I get enough. They played enough people. They had enough opportunity to really build this stat. Guys that only got lucky for a couple of games and then got injured or got out or got whatever, their stats are going to be kind of wonky. So I'm going to include the games played mod. All right, so I don't include it on everything because sometimes it doesn't really matter, I don't think. So, or at least not enough for me to care. So we're going to take that. We'll put it on the end value, whatever I come up with. But I think my sack yards lost is creating too big of a number, especially if a guy really got sacked a lot back there. Now, it's important, but I think what I might do is scale the sack yards lost down to a reasonable value. I think I'm going to scale this one instead of this one. That's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to have it be like 1 to 10, and then let's actually do that. Let's see what happens. Scale yards lost per sack. And we're going to go sack yards lost per sack. I wonder if I Do I need to call it sack yards lost per sack? Why don't we just say yards lost per sack? That seems better, huh? Just, you know, naming wise, let's simplify that. There we go. That's a little nicer. So that'll reduce the number. We'll say, I don't want a 0 because 0 would be not helpful. It need to be at least 1. Okay. Then do that, I guess. Oh. I hope my daughter lets her out. All right. The only drawback is I'm adjusting it, but I don't actually have all right, let's see what is sack yards. Sack yards are let's see what this does. Yards lost per sack. And then all right, let's see what this does. Let's see how my numbers change. Okay, so you can see here that my numbers have Byron left, which I really don't think is my best quarterback. Honestly, I think Peyton Manning should be number 1 here. He had pretty spectacular. If things are working out right, I think my numbers say. Freaking egg! I can't even eat mixed nuts. Hold on, I gotta make sure my dog is not trapped in the stairwell. She was trapped in the stairwell. My daughter didn't let her out. I guess she must have went to her room or whatever. Didn't notice she was trapped. All right. So anyway, Byron Leftwich should not be at the top. I honestly think it should be Peyton Manning. So let's see what happens. On a 1 to 10 scale, what this basically is going to do is it's going to take whatever number they got and it's going to crush the numbers down. So nobody gets worse than a 10. And I could even shrink that more if I feel like the numbers need to be adjusted. Let's go see what happens. Oops, I don't have it in there. What is my thing over here? All right, so player skills. Oh, and I added a new function for my, or not a new function, a new parameter to my. I added this init scaling because I don't know if you were watching me do this before. I kept having to clear out the scaling table because I kept rebuilding the data, and it was really getting annoying. So now I add init scaling, and I can have it initialize the scaling table. Of course, that's assuming I haven't broken anything, and I'm on the right app, the right service. Player skills. Try that again. Nope. Wait. Yes. Nope. Why did that do that? Go run dot player. Oh. Huh? All right. What happened? Create system players. Did I type that wrong? Init scaling. Init scaling, rebuild year. Oh, that's because I put the brackets on that. It was written in my notes. It was written in my notes as just put whatever year you want here. But I have to actually put in a year. Okay. Now, assuming I did get this fixed or working, but I do need to try to get, like, I still have to do coverage awareness, and a lot of them I just didn't add this, which is basically going to make sure everybody gets a minimum value that isn't 0, which is kind of the ultimate goal. But I also want to get a good range. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm calling this my testing because apparently I hadn't actually officially moved this over to review. So even though I had a test completed for this and I was getting numbers back, this is so much better to run all the players. It just gives me the full view. Yes, my unit test will grab 10 or so, and it's good for like getting a basic feel, but it just kind of randomly checks. It doesn't rescale the scales. It'll probably be better when my scales are fixed, and then I want to run some tests on some players like for a new season or something. But honestly, I'm hoping that once I create this, what I'll have is a solid flat system, and then I can actually adjust my my code to pull the data. All these little functions can then feed off of the flat tables instead, and then I just import to the flat tables and everything just works. And then I don't have to worry about, because every new set of files, in fact, if I could figure out how to get the Python script that pulls data from the NFL stats and gives me the same stats, that would be perfect. I'm pretty sure I can do it. I feel like I can do it. Maybe I can't. I don't know, but I'm gonna try. And I don't even know how I would do it, because if somehow I have to, if I want it to work that it feeds into my table, I'm gonna have to figure out some kind of a Python thing that I can run from my app, so I can run init and have it build the system table. Like I run this function and it calls a Python script that runs and does its thing. I don't know. That's where I think it's got to go. Hopefully that isn't going to be too big of a deal. When I get around to the next season, that's next season, or adding additional seasons. I don't need to worry about it right now. The entire game will be working before I start adding new seasons. Okay, so Jamarcus Russell is now number 1. That just totally does not sound right. I'll have to go see what Jamarcus Russell looks like. I only have 3 players in this upper zone, though. Let's go see what Jamarcus Russell looks like. Jamarcus. What is Jamarcus's deal? Jamarcus Russell, way down here. He had enough games, has enough passes. He got sacked 33 times. Okay, so that's not right. And he lost 207 yards. There's no way he ends up number 1. So I have some bad inversions going or something. That is totally not good. So yeah, what did I do here? So 33 sacks is on 207 or so passes. That's insane. Is it because I'm not inverting the numbers? Is Jamarcus Russell actually bad? Actually, let's change this name. We're going to call this sack yards lost penalty. And instead of doing, just for the sake of nomenclature, this way it's more logically set up. But that means my penalty is not good, right? So I've got, it's going to be a value of 1 to 10. Sacks per attempt. At 33, he's got to have a crazy number of sacks, because I think Peyton Manning had 10. It was like 1 out of every 50 throws, which means it should be very small. And his sack yards lost penalty. Let's go ahead and say, let's go up to my offensive skills here. And we're going to go find rush awareness. I think it's already on, but I'm going to make sure. Yeah, it's already on. Okay. Then we're going to go here and we're going to put in, I'm going to put in a few people so I can see their numbers. Or player.name equals Peyton Manning, and or player.main. I don't want to do Tom Brady. We're going to go the one Jamarcus Russell, because I want to see how he's comparing here. Jamarcus Russell, and they're the ones that are competing right now until I figure out what I'm doing wrong, because I really think the stats appear to imply to me that at only 7 yards per loss and only 10 sacks, which, by the way, I don't know if it's an NFL record. It is one of the highest or best. I think the record probably belongs to Dan Marino, but that was definitely one of the highest. So what this will do is it'll put it out. So this is a penalty number, and if I think of it as a penalty number, let's penalize less. Let's go to a 5. The bigger the number, yeah, we'll go to a 5. And it's going to be a smaller penalty, but that'll help bring people a little closer, so I don't get like this stuff where I have 9.75 and 0.00069, and that's partly because of the scaling penalty at the end here. But it's also not inverted, which kind of makes it hard too, because I got to figure out how to do this so I don't. Let's go times. We'll multiply this by 10 again, just to bring it back up to a better mess. Scaled it. Not scaled. This ain't scaled to 10. It's just brought up to non-decimal number. But if I scale them, the numbers shouldn't be so far apart. Because everybody's going to have a decimal, right? So if I divide time stack by pass attempts, it'll be a decimal, always. I could actually probably do it by 100. But I don't want to bring them that high. I like the idea of numbers being less than 100. Especially with a multiplier behind it. So let's do this. So I reduced the scaling. I amplified the number. Let's see how much better. So there's Peyton Manning. With a rush awareness of 0.875. Pass attempts 571. Only 10 sacks. Sack yards lost. Sacks per attempt 0.017. That's really low. That's lower than Jamarcus. But why? See, Jamarcus is getting a 5 on the rush awareness bonus. A 5. Oh, yeah. I got to invert my number. This is bad, but I'm not inverting it. I got to invert it. What am I doing? That's the problem. Jamarcus is bad, but I'm not inverting him. I could. All right, so there is a way to flip the number though, so that bad is good without having to scale it, because I just want to flip it. If I want to flip it, what is that? What would flipping it would be times 100 or divide by 100? Oh shoot. I know there's a simple way to do this. Do I just subtract from 100? Maybe I just subtract from 100. Because if I subtract it from 100, 5 would be 95. 5 would be 95. Peyton Manning's 0.75. Because 5 is not good. 5 is not a good number. All right, so we're going to go with, okay. Why can't I figure this? Why don't I know this? I mean, I know there's a way to do this. Do I subtract it from 100, or do I subtract it from, I don't know, 100 seems like it's not going to work, though. Multiply, okay. If I want to flip a range of numbers, so the low numbers are high and the high are low. What is the easiest way? Oh. Well, the only problem with that is you have to have a base. Okay. So it's not going to work if I don't know a base then. I have to give it a base. That's not going to work if I don't know. Okay. What is likely? If I go with what's likely the worst, I mean, like, you can't do worse. Then I could subtract from that. So let's say somebody gets sacked. The worst would be getting sacked every time you fall back, which means you wouldn't be a quarterback for more than a day. Let's say he gets sacked 1 out of every 10 times. Well, let's say, all right, Byron Leftwich, who tried to be my leader until I figured out that he was bogus. Um, he had 107, and he only had 2 sacks. That's 1 in 50. That's really good. Okay, that's really good, but that ain't gonna help me at all. I need really bad. Who's really, 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 really bad? Well, look at that. He's got 6 out of 74. That's pretty dang bad. 5 out of 50 is 1 in 10. I mean, 1 in 10. So, all right, let's say it's 10. Now, the worst case scenario is that sack yard is lost. Say he lost 10 yards per, which I really doubt he lost that much. I mean, even that guy couldn't be that bad, could he? He had 6 sacks, 32. Well, he did lose. He lost 5 yards per. I mean, that's not totally terrible, because some of these guys are worse. 7.6, 40. I mean, he only lost a little bit, but 32 and 6, that's about 5. That's 8. 2 and 12, that's 6. So 5 is probably about as well. I'm trying to go for really bad though, and that's 8. Okay, so the worst penalty is going to be, well, the penalty max is 5. If I go 5 and then you're getting 1 in 10, so that's 0.1. So you got sacks per attempt. If you have 10 attempts and you're sacked, that's going to be a 0.1 times your sack penalty of 5. That'd be 0.5. And then I multiply that, and that would be a 5. That doesn't work, because Jamarcus Russell, what is my logic there? Jamarcus Russell was a 5 all by himself. Oh, but that was after the rush awareness bonus. But I mean, he was a 5 point something just on that. So he must have had the 5 because he was that bad. Because, like, I have Jamarcus Russell here. He had a 5.08, which means his sacks per attempt was 0.13. Sack yards lost per sack was 6.2. So it's, I mean, 6.2, 7. Pre-scaled, 0.84. Oh, that's not actually right, because if I multiply that by 10, it would be 8.4. Because I didn't actually add the point, or the 10 times multiplier. Sack yards lost, 207. 33 is what, roughly what? 6? Yeah, a little over 6. Oh, I guess it does say 6.272. So 6.272 would probably, even if that gave him a 5, 5 times 0.13. All right. That doesn't sound right. Oh, and then it's times 10. 5 times 0.13 is about 0.75, and then you multiply that by 10 would be 7.5. My math is way bad, but let's see, what is 5 times 13 is 26, 52, 65, 6 point, so it'd be 6.5. Still comes out 508. I don't know why that's coming out to that number. Oh, because Jamarcus's numbers also getting reduced in the inversion. That's also a thing, because it's getting reduced because of the pass attempts mod. So he's actually, not only are they getting credit for being bad, they're also getting it reduced. So, all right, so that's not. So I think, reasonably speaking, let's try. Well, let's just say 10. 10 minus. Let's see what this does. Assuming that that number can't reach higher than 10. Let's, I'm going to put in here if rush awareness bonus equal to or greater than, only because I don't know if it can be, or actually, how about less than or equal to? Less than or equal to 0. There we go. This will catch anyone that this 10 drives down too low. I don't want anything to be driven under 0. If it's driven under 0, then I broke something. So this is going to help me find out. So Peyton Manning, there he goes. He's got a nice 9.12 there. That's a good number based on 10, because it means he's getting pretty much the highest value. What else we got? Jamarcus down to a nice comfortable 4.9, way better, way better. Those are the only two I put in there. Now the question is, does anybody end up with a negative number? Doesn't appear anybody's getting a negative number. That's important. At least not that's getting captured by my logic here. Now, is it, if Jamarcus is truly like the worst, I could probably lower that, but don't have to. I mean, I could leave it at 10 and just leave it going. But let's see if I'm right that Peyton is actually the best. I just put Peyton in there as who I think is the best. But is there anybody better than him? Is the question of the day. And is my scaling working pretty well? Am I getting a good range? That'll be the next thing. All right, so it looks like we're done. Or well, it's running its final numbers, but I don't need that. Is that a sad face, Karama? I said, how you doing? You gave me a sad face. Hopefully you're not having a bad day again. Peyton Manning, number 1, 9.24. That's what I figured. I knew he was actually pretty good. Now I got numbers that look, actually I kind of like my numbers. Pretty well balanced, actually. I have 10 players, 20% of players have a pretty decent rush awareness, with a high of 9.25, which is Peyton Manning, and other players being something below that. But that's actually not a bad set. I don't know how I could really scale that differently. I might just have to let that be. I mean, honestly, Peyton Manning's number there could be like the record for the whole 16 seasons. I don't know that anybody's done better than that. 10 sacks on 500 attempts is pretty freaking awesome. That was actually the year before he took a season off, I think. I think he was still playing for the Colts. And then he went to Denver the year after that, so 2011. Even though he broke a bunch of records with Denver, I don't think he ever had so little sacks as 10. That's crazy. I was reviewing these numbers with AI the other day. And not these specific, but I was asking questions about players quarterbacks that don't get sacked very often. And of course, Dan Marino was like the all-time, the GOAT in that area, because the guy had crazy release. So did Peyton Manning. They were the two highest guys with the most records. Fast releases. It's important. I'll be using this number to help determine when a player or quarterback makes his pass attempts. See, my thought is I'm basically driving the entire game from back-end logic, which I'm almost 90% sure. I can't guarantee it, but I'm 90% sure that I may be the only football game that does that. I might be wrong. I could be 90% wrong. There may be other football games out there that well, that may not be true. I mean, let's put it this way. I'm 90% sure I'm the only graphically displayed football game, and it's only because that's the plan, that uses back end to generate the whole logic. There's no real world physics in my logic, which could be, in itself broken. I'm going to try to implement, as I get better and learning better the UI stuff, implement some real world physics actions. But I don't know how that's going to work. But I hope to be able to get that stuff in there. But that's just going to be like to trigger, animations and stuff. So we'll see. I don't know. There's only so much you can do with all that stuff, and I'm not sure how detailed I'm going to get with that. I'm not using players that look like real people. So I'm probably going to try to keep the animation to basic stuff, but at first, certainly. All right, so I got decent numbers, 10, 10, 18, 42, 20. I mean, it's a little high on the high end. I'm not sure if how I can tweak that. I can maybe increase the penalty. Let's try increasing the penalty. Let's see what happens if I do that. All this penalty is for how many yards they lost, on top of the fact that they, I don't even need to do this. Let's take this up, because I gave everybody a number to work with, so I don't need to do a max. In other words, it was irrelevant. It's not going to have any effect on anything. Just one more time to kind of see if raising this number tweaks the percentages away from the top. Ideally, I'd like most of my abilities to have the elite players be kind of elite, like they're less than everybody else. It's hard to get some of these stats there. Some of them are just kind of even across the board. Like I was working with it wasn't break tackle. It was what was it I just did? Was it break tackle? No, it wasn't break tackle. I know it wasn't. It was something, some other ability. It was a bonus. It wasn't big play bonus. It was. Was it yards per? Jeez, no. Rush awareness? No, I'm working on that one now. I totally forgot what I was just working on. The one I was working on all day. They're all starting to blur together in my mind. As soon as I move on, I'm like, I don't know. I think it might have been the yards per rush bonus. I don't know. I don't remember. Look, Jamarcus got dropped. His number actually went down, not up. When I increased the penalty, because maybe it's not as bad. Let's go see. Did it finish? Oh, we're still working here a little bit. And as I said, I got another 100 players. I'm up to 1586. I got 100 some players fixed in my data source. That's pretty good, getting 100 more players into my stats, so that's going to be useful. All right. Okay, so our elite did go down to 16. That pushed only 8 players now get a fall into the elite. That is better. A lot more got pushed down into this bucket, into the 19. Ideally though, you always get people in the middle bucket, right? Because you kind of have, that's where the world is, the average of people. Still the same people going to be at the top. I mean, it shouldn't change the best from the worst. And I am tempted to try one more time and see if I can push this down a little lower. Let's go. Let's try one more time. One more time. Let's just see if 7 makes a difference. Because it did push him down, so if I can get more of them into that middle bracket. Right now it's what, 19 players in the second bracket, which is higher end. I just like having a higher tier spread. You know, high guys are rare. I mean, they're like the best. You want them on your team, but plus if I can drive them down, it'll affect their salaries. Their salaries will be lower, and that'll make more middle tier salary zones. If I have too many guys with high values and everybody gets high salaries, and it's really hard to build teams. So you kind of want salaries that are a lot of the middle stuff, so it's easier to get your 51 men on your roster. I got to figure out how I got to somehow scale the salary ranges to meet the salary cap, so I can kind of make the salary cap similar to the NFL. And I can do that. I just need to make sure that the kind of salaries I'm getting for players, like I'll have to build the teams and have it like, I'll build some salary calculator, and then I'll say what the max salary would be, and then I'll have to have it build me teams that are within X and have it try to throw together players, and then I have to play with that and have it build me a salary range league that fits essentially the what do you call it, the salary cap. And if I can get it to do that, which I know I can, I actually built an engine that was able to read through all my salaries and build teams over here in my Excel spreadsheet. So I'll probably just convert that and utilize that to have it build teams. Now what it does is it essentially just loops through all the players, picking players, and if it fails to populate everything, it tries again. And it'll try a couple of times, and if it fails, it'll just say can't build league, or salary cap too low, or whatever. It gives me some kind of a response to let me know that I need to either change the salaries or change the salary cap. Generally, it's doable. I mean, in that one I had everybody's salaries were under 10 million, or no, under 50. It was actually under 20, but the offensive and defensive lines were more than one player. So they were like 5 million a piece. Individuals, I think the most was like 11 or 12, which there was a couple of quarterbacks that reached those numbers. But obviously, in this day and age with super high salaries, I want to be able to put some guys in with crazy, and so I'll wait certain positions to have higher salaries, because that's how things are in the world. Higher max, and then I'll have all the salaries built for every player. What I'll probably have to do is something even more balancing, in that everybody will get I have a plan, but I'm going to break it up so every salary range falls for every position, and then people will be able to draft and build their team off of whatever players they are. Rookies will have their own like limits and stuff, but if you build, I'm not sure yet how I'm going to allow, if I'm going to even allow building a team from scratch. It'd be cool to be able to go like Just throw everybody out there into your league, and then everybody just gets to draft and build a team. That might be interesting to allow. That might come later as an extra feature. I would like to be able to do a lot of extra things in, and I don't know how many things are going to get into the first build, but I want the game to be complete and have everything in it when I create the first version, the first actual release version. Did I miss something? I gotta make sure my wife didn't like ask me to come and help bring stuff in. Nope. She didn't, so she must not have that much. Okay, so the numbers are pretty good. Did I run this again? I forgot if I even... Did I run this? Let's go see if I ran this. I don't remember. I made the adjustment to 7, and then I started talking. So let's go over here and see what it did. So we got 8 players to the top, 38% in the four value. 8 at top, 19. Oh, it's still 38%. Okay, so did I not run it? Did I just talk my way through that and not actually make a change? Because I feel like nothing changed. I may have just blathered on and never actually ran the update. I think I just did. Let's go here and, because if I, interesting, it didn't even why didn't it show? Oh, there we go. I don't know what I was looking at there. All right, so Peyton Manning, when I upped the penalty, he actually dropped to 8.7. Huh. I actually knocked him out of the 9s, which isn't necessarily good. I may have to his number got too small. It went up to 8.96 after the recalc, which comes with fixing the spread. The spread is better, but he still didn't get back to 9. And I think at the number he had, which is near record breaking, I should probably have him reaching. He should be. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. This is not the number. That's incorrect. This is not the actual scale. My rating bonus would put that at the top. Ratings would have him be number 1. He's a number 1. And only if somebody beats him would he or not be number 1. These are just the numbers I'm getting and I'm using. So these numbers vary for everybody. I mean, for some people, these numbers could be like a 3.7, and it has nothing to do with anything. It just has to be the highest numbers in the game. Jamarcus Payne. So yeah, nobody's reaching negative, which is the important thing. I could always lower this, and then it would just be low number anyway. But I'm thinking just leaving it at 10 makes it pretty safe. Numbers are pretty solid. All right, so I think we've ran all the way through all 1586. Let's go and run this again. All right, cancel. I want to see what it is. All right, so we got 19 and 8. So we got 27 players. And the goal is to see if I can push this 38 down here into the middle. Let's see if I got it. Let's see if I did any better. Yeah, it went from 30. It went to 36. I actually went 1 player less on the top, which is good. This did drop, but it only went from 38 to 36. So I just basically took 1 player out of the top tier with that maneuver. So instead of having however many I had before, I didn't push everybody down. So the range is 8.96 and greater. Still, of course, Peyton Manning at the top. I think that's as good as it's going to get. I don't know that dropping it again is going to... I mean, I feel like we're not. And the more this goes up, the harder, I think the more likely my number is going to drop to negative. Is what's going to happen if I go up again. I don't want to get so high that my numbers can go negative. That would be bad. Don't want to negative. Is this thing still running? Oh, no. Good. We're done. Last one, and then I got to go look. I think we're balanced enough. I'm going to see what 8 does. If I don't like 8, I'll go back to 7. And then we'll just take it from there. I think what I'm gonna do, I do have to change this to a control number. We'll call it sack yard loss penalty. Let's go get it. We're gonna go here. We're gonna say max sack yards lost penalty mod equals. Oh, come on, you know what it is. Get control modifiers. I think that's, dang it. They're gonna make me go find my syntax because you don't want to figure it out for me, AI. You're usually on top of that. Get stat control. Oh no, that's not it. Dang it, AI. You're not helping me. Dang it. I know I have these. Oh, here it is. Get control modifier. If I go over there and it immediately pops it in, I'm going to punch it in the face. Oh, now it's going to do it. Get control modifier. Okay. And then we're going to take this. Put it right there. And this, we'll go to my, oh, no, guess I don't have it open. Gotta go down here, get the control modifiers. And then I'm just gonna, I don't know, just paste it right there for the moment. And then we're going to call this one Rush Awareness. The only one here that matters because I only have one. And right now it's 8, assuming I keep it. Back over here. What do we set it to? No. Okay. Go back over here. And here. And run it. Any better? It did drop to 28. Oh, we did push them into the middle. Okay, I guess we'll leave it with that then. That's actually pretty good. We dropped 8 off of there. Pushed some people into the middle gap. That's where I want them. With only 7 people in the very good rush awareness state, the elite state. I think I'm good with that. I don't know. Plus, this number is getting kind of tiny. 1.7, my minimum. So I am kind of pushing people down a little low, so I don't want to get too low. I was thinking Only 7 people up there. I don't know who the other 7 are. Let's go look. I mean, there was Tom Brady and all these guys are in there. And it still means he's going to have the highest version of it. So it doesn't matter. Elite just means they're all good. They're not all the best. I don't know how much different these are. It's 8.82 up to 8.81. So whatever that means. Okay. So go control that. All right, so that's good. I think we got that one done. Let's we'll lock that one down as in ready for review. We'll keep it at 8 for the skill that I just set to. Everybody's good. Let's mark that to in review. All right. That one's completed. Some of these I marked in review earlier because I was just during my development of it, but really there's a difference between in review. This in review means it has to go to production, and I haven't done anything. I haven't put a production version out in a while. That, for all I know, the building of my production build might take more work than I expect. I figure that's a couple of days to get everything working for that because I've already done a full stream all the way up, but I haven't actually put anything on there in months. I got it all set up. I've just been working in dev. I haven't had a need to go to my production environment yet. I did deploy a version, but that was like forever ago. I don't even know what worked. All right, so what are we at? We have 4 left. Let's go do coverage awareness. That one should be pretty straightforward because it's essentially the same thing as rush awareness. I mean, it's a lot the same stuff. It's just instead of one number, we get other numbers. This one is a multi-parter. Oh, well, I guess it's not the same. It's using a value system where you earn 3 different values and then it gives you a total. But in the end, I don't have this behaving correctly. Let's first do this. We're going to take this. This is a requirement for this sets the minimum of what this is for the purposes of scaling and comparatives and everything else. I need all of these guys to have it so I can actually get a value that's minimum that is used for players that don't have the stats. This builds a minimum for them. So now I just got to run it again. That's the very basic of things, and then I can go see what kind of numbers I'm getting. Like if I was go over here, let's go see what kind of numbers it is right now. I can just before I run that, it's not really going to change anything. It's just going to give me a different minimum. Oops. Coverage awareness bonus. I think it's called coverage awareness bonus. It's called, right? Oh, it's just called coverage awareness. Huh. Which means I don't know what kind of object this is yet. Really, I think it's a bonus, and I probably should call it that. I've been trying to standardize my nomenclature for my names. So I have almost no low numbers. I have a lot of high numbers. 19, 19, 10, 0, 1. Best player, Brett Favre. And Drew Stanton at 0.4. true stand, not good, man. only a couple of guys even land down here, so I have some interesting balances. And see, this one's based on a 3-point system. So 2.73 out of a possible 3 is what Brett Favre's got. Actually, no, Brett Favre's got a 2.73 and down to 2.26 and then 2.26 down to 1.8. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 2.26. Yeah, so it shows me the numbers. There's probably ways I can balance this a little bit. I still like to push people off of the elite if possible. I'd like to not have 19 quarterbacks out of 30 starters that have a high coverage awareness. I feel like that could be adjusted. You know, this to me, the upper tier should always be kind of like an elite state. If you're in that range, I mean, yeah, I guess 20% of starting quarterbacks is really only about 6. I mean, if you're doing, it should be less than 10 for the elites, if I can get it there for quarterbacks, for just about everything. I don't think there's that many that are great at that kind of thing. So we will adjust, see if I can adjust. So the question is, let's, I didn't really change anything for purposes of value edits. I could, what's, all right, so I got passes defensed per attempt. That's actually, that's, you know, that means they're pretty smart about, I'm curious, let's put our leader in here. I don't think anybody got a 0, so I don't have, oh, minimum value is a 0. We don't want that. Well, this will prevent the 0 already. I want passes defensed per attempt. Some of these I might need to adjust in a way, like multipliers, or in some way give them nicer numbers. Passes defensed. That's what these are attempting to do, is scales them. I think that's what it was. It's taking whatever the number was and I scaled it to a value that is nicer, like a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or whatever. I don't have to be 0 to 1. I could change these numbers, but then I have to make them kind of fit the point system. And 2.73. Now, interceptions per attempt is bad, so we want to invert that. TDs per attempt is good, so we don't want to invert that. Passes defensed should be yes on the inversion, yes. So what to me is coverage awareness? INTs, I mean, TDs are good. That means you know how to throw. All of them are good. So that's probably why I balanced them all as equal amounts. But all those carry some pretty significant. Let's go with TDs as a weighted one. Let's up this to a 2. Just to see what happens. Let's weight that. That should change some players significantly, honestly. Because not everybody has that many TDs. Being good at just avoiding interceptions is great, but it's better to be able to avoid or to get TDs, right? So you look for those touchdown options. Oops. What'd I do? Wait, what? Oh. Oops, never mind. Let's stop that. Let's stop that. I forgot to deploy my my updates on here. Gotta deploy this. cd FPFM -ms/system init system init Oh, I guess I can turn that one off now. Let's go to offensive skills while that runs. We got to turn on coverage awareness and turn off rush awareness. So coverage awareness is your ability to, see what's going on out there when you're getting ready to throw the ball. Rush awareness is your ability to avoid sacks. Oh, thank you. Geez, that's a big box of those then. Oh, those are little snack packs. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Thanks. False. And then coverage awareness true. So my wife and I went on a little road trip this summer, and I took I got these Ritz Bits peanut butter Ritz Bits. They're tiny little peanut butter sandwiches made with Ritz crackers, and I really liked them. I was snacking on them while we were driving because we're driving for quite a bit, and they were pretty tasty. And I'm like, I think I want more of those because I killed the last one, and I was like, it's time for me to get more. Cool. My wife got me a few variety of energy drinks. I usually drink like stuff I get at Costco, like Ghost. Ghost I like. It's one of the few higher energy drinks. Higher caffeine energy drinks. And I'm not heavily affected by caffeine. In other words, if I drink it 3-4 hours before I go to bed, I'm fine. If I drink it right before bed, I might be a little wound up. And I don't get jittery. I never really get jittery. My body has built quite a tolerance from it. I do have an occasional time though when I will be get a headache or something, like if I don't have caffeine, withdrawal headache. And that usually happens on Saturdays because I oftentimes won't drink too much caffeine. I don't work out, so I don't take my pre-workout in the morning. My body's used to taking it. It's like somebody who's used to drinking coffee every morning, right? So yeah, there's a little bit of problems with it, but I don't do too bad. I typically try. I mean, I've noticed that when I use Ghost, now this really only I've noticed it significantly with Ghost. It feels like it has that nootropic response. My body has that response to it. Nootropic drinks. It doesn't advertise that, so don't take my word on that. But what it means to be nootropic is that it has a brain effect. It helps alert your brain. You get sharper focus. You get better alertness, that kind of thing. Now, alertness can come with caffeine, but sharper focus and just brain function seems to be higher when I use Ghost. Now, Ghost has various things, and it has probably some of the same ingredients that some officially nootropic items, like some of my pre-workout is technically nootropic. It actually advertises as such. But anyway, that's all I'm saying, It's like, all right, so we got, I think we did get a slight change by doing that. I pushed a few players out of the elite tier. I still have 14 here. Still not getting down to that lower tier is really tough. So the question is, why or who is getting these garbage numbers, and why are they so much? Why is it not getting an even distribution? So they're either that much worse. These three guys are just so bad that they don't qualify. How am I doing with my numbers? Players with non-zero coverage awareness values. Oh, so everybody got in. So that means I've eliminated this as one of my problem things. That's good. So if I go here, I should see only 3 left. Yay! Now, I just got to make sure that my range is good for me. I still think my range is problematic because these guys are not getting... These guys, I mean, a 1.06, that's like out of a possible 4. Really bad. Now, it is possible that maybe I need to eliminate somebody for whatever reason. Now, let's see if we can guess who this guy is. So let's go see here with my QB skills. INTs per attempt. It'd be really hard. INTs per attempt. So the highest INTs for the year are Matthew Stafford and Mark Sanchez. Both pretty bad. Both of them also have limited games, although I don't have a game effector on this, so that shouldn't matter. What else do we have? INTs are bad. TDs per attempt, they probably don't have. Who's got the lowest? Matthew Stafford at 3.4, Mark Sanchez at 2.5, so he's looking pretty low, especially since Mark Sanchez had fewer attempts. And passes defensed per attempt. These are passes that are, you know, I guess I really probably should have completions, completions per attempt, because that means they're doing pretty good at working the coverage pretty well if the completions are high, and I don't have completions in here at all. I don't even have to do I could just take the completion percentage and use that, because that is completions per attempt. 67.9. You know what? I'm going to include that. I think I need to include that. I mean, yeah, it's important to not make the big mistakes, but just in general, if you're making lots of completions, if you have a high completion percentage, that's excellent too. So let's go ahead and grab. We'll go. Whatever. Passes defense. Oh, passes defense. Passes defense is hard because that's actually a team stat. Let's go. Passes. Pass completion. Wait, I don't have a completion percent? It's probably called something else. Get passing TDs, passing yards, passing attempts, yards lost, allowed. Get team plays by type. Oh, these are team stats. What the heck? Get player stats. Nope. Offensive stats. All right. Rushing attempts, field goals, punts, kicks, field goals, punts, passing. Okay, so get completion percent 31 plus. Oh, it's probably overall or something. Sack yards lost. Completion percent. Completion. Completions. Whoa, I don't have a completion percent in general. Get pass attempts. Completion percent at 31 plus. I'm almost tempted. This may seem weird, but I'm thinking about doing a completion percent beyond the BLS. I think getting a lot of BLS completions is cheap. Anybody can throw completions VLS. That's not reading the coverage. In fact, that's just scared of the coverage. That's like, I don't want to throw it out there. There's too many people out there. They're gonna try to steal the ball from me. If I throw it, that's like chicken. Get completion percentage. Beyond LS. No, fine. I don't like long names. Bothers me. So that means I have to do this thing. CMP 1 to 10. $11 to $20. No, I already have the other ones. Why do I need that one for? $21 to $30. All right, and then here. Temps 1, 10, 21 to 30, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 plus. Okay. Then take that number, go over to my thing over here, I'll stick that in there. And then we are going to let everything fly until we do our balance adjuster. Oh, there it is. Okay. Right. Let's just go ahead. I already gave weight to TDs and INTs. I didn't even realize I did that. If I already gave weight to them, I don't really need to weigh them over here because they're already getting, this is like double. I'm gonna get given it more for even getting it. You just get more weight for good TDs. The idea is that this is supposed to, like, these are small, tiny numbers, and by doing this, it increases them in the math. But you're already getting rewarded. The more you have, the more the double, right? So it's I shouldn't even have to scale them. I could still scale the small numbers and take that out, and then everybody just gets an even scaling, and that just makes that more important. But this multiplier effect's going to be huge, so I don't really need to do that. But I do think I want to add this guy into a fourth value. I don't think I'm using this yet. All right. No, I don't think so, because that's all here. Oh, not using that. Okay. But this is going to be completion percent beyond LS. And I'll change this to little c. So this will give a little bit higher, another value to work with. Let's see what that gives me. Let's see if including the oops. Oh. Probably should put it down here too. What's it complaining about? Oh, no, it is. I fixed it now. Okay. Alrighty, here we go again. Let's see what we get. This will include another factor into the into this logic. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, did I not? Wait. Huh? Did I not save this? Oh. Oops. Pass attempts. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Completion percent. No, that's percent. You're kidding me. I don't have completions at these levels. I got attempts and percentages. Duh! And then I don't have an overall percentage. I have attempts and percentages, but no. Well, that's dumb. Okay. I gotta go up here and go get my offensive skills, because apparently that's not our player skills. Kickoffs, punts, kicks, passes, pass attempts, interceptions, pass attempts, BLS, pass attempts. Great, what is it? Completions. One, 210 yards. Ah, come on. Get the right one. Completion 11 to 20 yards. 21 to 30. think that's it. Because I already had 31 to 40. 1, 2, 10. And it should be the same pages. Okay. Pretty sure that those are the right, yeah, CMP, okay. All right, let's try it again. Not done yet. Not even sure what it's whatever it does at the end there, it takes a long time. Completion's 1 to 10. What do you mean? Completions 1 to 10 right there. It's only 1 to 10 missing now, but how did I misspell that? Well, all right, well, completion's 1 to 10 now. 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. The heck? It is right there. Completion's 1 to 10. Control C. Get stat. Completion's 1 to 10 yards. Okay. Maybe did I not save it last time? Okay, there we go. I think it's running now. Kyle Bowler. Coverage awareness 0. Yeah, 21 passes defensed. That seems like a lot. Out of 176. He had 6 INTs. Only 3 TDs. That sounds like some really not good numbers. I mean, think about it. Of 176, like, that's 27. That's 1 in 8 of his passes. 1 out of every passes he has was defensed or thrown for an interception. That is not good. That's like really bad. 1 out of every 8. I mean, it's not just incompletions. His passes were getting blocked or intercepted. 1 out of every 8 passes he threw. Now, not throwing completions is not bad coverage awareness. That's just bad throwing. But if you're aware of your coverages and you're not throwing it into that, maybe you're good at avoiding the coverage. Like you throw it away from the defenders, but sometimes you also just throw too far away from the defenders. You throw away from the offense guy too, but still got some. All right, so this isn't good. I should not have run through here 3 times. So something something is causing multiple run-throughs. That's not good. Hopefully I'm not. Oh, it looks like we didn't go through 4 times, but should not have gone through 3 times, to be honest. I'm not sure. Something in my... all right, I can probably close this now. And this. Got my values. And get back down to what I actually need. Now 0 should not have triggered, but we're about to find out what did happen. We're still getting these really bad people at the bottom. If the low is 1.089 and the high is 3.5 out of 4. Aaron Rodgers ends up taking over. Brett Favre lost it when I added that fourth bucket. I still think I have too many guys getting the elite value though. I want to eliminate these really bad ones so that everybody gets spread in that gap. I'm not sure how because I don't know who they are. I'm trying to guess who would be these people. Somebody who's getting like... If I could eliminate both of these guys, just like have them not in the set, these other guys would spread out really nice. So who is getting me screwed up? I want to lean towards it somebody with minimum plays. So let's actually see about eliminating. Who's like the lowest? Maybe that's Drew Stanton. He's pretty low here. But he doesn't qualify for a lot of things, but 3 games. Yeah, he played in 3 games, had 6 INTs. No touchdowns. Plus he got scaled down. Those are pretty bad. Chad Pennington didn't do a whole lot better. Less INTs though. I don't know how many passes defense because that's all math I have to pull out. But and what's their I'd imagine completion percentage? 3 games. That's like, all right. I got to. I think I'm going to eliminate players that have less. I don't want to say if it's less than like a number though. I'm just going to see if I can knock them out. Like maybe... And that's just really bad. I mean, he was benched for a reason. Maybe they're supposed to be that bottom. But if I could get them down to the point where maybe they get down there because, you know, along with some other people. Like if I could figure out to get the scale right where some others fall down into that bucket with them. But I think the problem is maybe I need to say like, What if I raise the INT penalty? Let's raise it to 3. I'm going to make the INT penalty really bad. Let's see if that'll make other guys hopefully drop. Maybe. I don't know. I'm playing with numbers here. This is all I'm doing. If I raise the INT penalty and raise the touchdown reward, well, really the problem isn't that I'm getting. It's not that I'm having people going up. I have 22 players up here. I want numbers to start blowing up to pushing people down into these lower numbers. Now, by increasing that number, the max value you can get is higher. That's not necessarily bad. It's just it allows for a bigger by creating a bigger spread. That means people fall into different categories more. Right now, my spread is only, well, it was only about 4. Now it's 6. Which should mean like the top 20% is only people in the 5 to 6 range. If people are falling into the 4, they're going to fall down into the middle. I'm just creating bigger buckets for people to fall down into, which is what I want. I don't like me. Why am I getting a 3rd run? I don't know why I'm getting a 3rd run. What changed? Rush awareness? Is rush awareness getting affected by other things? Rush awareness bonus. How come that's changing a 3rd time? Rush awareness bonus. I only get sets at the end. And these aren't sets, these are just reads. Huh. I mean, it doesn't run a 4th time, which is good, but it does make things go slower when it has to run a 2nd time. I don't know why rush awareness is changing. Do I have rush awareness somewhere else? It's a rush awareness bonus. Hello? Set QB skills. Now the test, it doesn't matter. I'm not running the test. Calculated, rush awareness bonus. Function. These are all, that's a lot, but I think that's all on the same page. 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's do forward. One. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Nope, it's only being referenced here because that's 15. So how come it's getting set more than... Something's weird going on there. Oh well, let's go look at it right, so we got should have bigger numbers here. Now we have nobody falling. I'm not going down. My guys are all going up. I'm having trouble getting people to fall down here. The lowest guy is a 2.22. Which is not great. I'm not sure how this is the min. The minimum value is 1.39, but yet, well, okay, I guess 1.4. 1.4 to 2.2. But only one guy's in there. And nobody's even there. So basically the gap here is a whole bunch. I can't figure out how to get what value would shove these guys down instead of up. I'm trying not to shove them down. I'm trying to shove them up. TDs, I can increase TDs. That would make TDs more important. All right, let's raise this one up. And I'm even going to go. The problem is if I lower the value of this, that means they're never going to get anywhere. What if I just go to 2 and 2. Let's just go to 3 on that one. Yeah, let's go 2. I think I don't know. I may have to sum them and scale them. I don't know. There's something weird. I don't know how to fix this guy. I need to eliminate those outliers, and I don't know who's the outlier here. I guess I could just say anybody. Let's put down. All right. Let's catch him. Let's catch him. So it's everybody under, for whatever reason, under 3.87. Of course, I don't know what that number is going to be now. 246. We'll say under, the number's going to go up, so we'll say under 3. So if it's less than 3, hopefully nobody's going to get up to that number. But the top number is 7 now. And actually, you know what? I'm going to kill this. I'm not waiting. Let's just run it again. Now, there shouldn't be very many under 3 because according to that, we got very limited numbers. Of course, I did. So the guys who are bad, Josh Johnson at 1.58, Kevin Kolb, Josh Johnson, Trent Edwards. I would like all these guys to fall in the bottom bucket. So what do they have in common? Well, for one, none of them have very many attempts. Now, some of those guys might get eliminated simply on the second processing because things get changed when the mins and maxes change. We still got Drew Stanton. Drew Stanton's 51 attempts and 6 interceptions is pretty pathetic. But I would like him maybe to fall into the worst bunch. Or maybe I don't allow it to go below a certain number. Maybe that's the thing. If I take the full amount, still don't understand why some of these guys, why I'm running it 3 times, but Drew comes through on both. So he's going to move up to 2.4. He is the worst. He's the only guy who's falling under 3 after all is done. So he'll go up to 2.4. So my change didn't do anything except show me that Drew Stanton is the guy who keeps falling underneath everything. And he is breaking the world. Now I have 2 players in this zone. Still have too many at the top. So I think what I need to do is sum my numbers and maybe even interestingly enough, Kevin Kolb doesn't show up in the problem once everybody runs. He's like a 0 to start, but he's not in the. He doesn't show up on any zones. Oh, Kyle Bowler. See, like these guys are all in it, and then Stanton goes, and everybody goes, "Oh, we're not that bad." We're like, "Hey, we're not that bad at all. Let's just go. We're in pretty good shape." That Drew Stanton dude, he sucks. All right. I would like to have, and nothing I'm doing is changing passing it. This doesn't even show me my numbers here. I think I need to add these values so I can see what numbers Mr. Mr. Stanton's getting, and then maybe I can. I mean, his end number is really bad, but it's not that I want people to not have the end number. That it's okay for somebody to be a 1. I just want a lot of people to fall into the 1. I want him to be grouped in with them. So whatever his terrible number is, that's totally screwing. I mean, with a 1, or what is he? No, he's a 2. So essentially, as a 2, out of a possible 7, well, it looks like 6.19 is the highest anybody gets. But still, he's falling down here in the 2.5 range, and I don't even know if it's that good. I think he is a 2 something, 2.4, I think I saw. What that means is what one of those values is, he's not scoring anything really on anything, because at a 2.4 he's barely hitting 1 total. He could be point something on every one of those. 2.4 means what? 0.75 on all of those would barely get him to a 3. It's not good. But I need him to be grouped. So what is the worst case number for anybody? I want to set a minimum on something that would allow him to scale. Okay, so I got to see these numbers, because if I can force something to be higher. So we're gonna say I want both of these guys out of the picture, So we'll say under 3.4. And then I have to add these values to here so I can see what numbers are causing the problem. Beyond LS, TDs per attempt, INTs per attempt. Perfect. And then we're going to say under 3.4. And we'll do this, and we'll go back here, and we'll run it again. Now I get to see what numbers are they getting that are so freaking bad, and then I'll set a minimum on those that prevents them from being that freaking bad. These guys have no completion percentages beyond. Oh, there's gonna be a bunch. I gotta wait. I gotta wait till the second run. Second run, I'll eliminate a bunch of these guys. Okay, so this is the one I want. Mr. Drew Stanton. TDs per attempt, 0. Interceptions per attempt, 1.5. So it's probably their passes per attempt. Passes defensed per attempt. .03. Well, passes defense is a negative, so INTs per attempt. Completion percentage beyond BLS. Beyond line of scrimmage. I don't know why I'm getting those third players. That third run is killing me. I don't know why it's doing that. These values don't even change. I don't know why they're. Matt Leinart. So what number is so bad? Completion beyond LS for one of them is 2 and the other one is 1.78. Both really bad. How can they even? How is that even possible? Completion percent. That's a 2%? Oh, I must not be mathing that out right. It can't be 2%. 2% is like, no, that's not even possible. What? That's not right. That's bad, but that's stupid. That's not even, oh, is it because of the scaling? No, I'm not scaling those though. Completion percent beyond line of scrimmage. How can you only have a 2%? Is there something wrong with my thing here? Is that even 2.4? 2 and 1.78. This is Drew Stanton. He probably doesn't have attempts at those values, those ranges. Oh. Considering he only threw 50 passes. His total attempts is 50. How many of those are BLS? Oh, he doesn't even have an attempt BLS. He never threw a BLS pass? At 22 passes. that means all of his passes would count, which would good. 11 to 20. So, okay, so he had 22 and 14 is 36. And 4 is 40. He didn't throw any at this range. I only got 41. 41 attempts total. For whatever reason, he's not even on this. Even though it says over there, he had, this is 41 attempts total, but on his individual passing, it says 51. Something's weird there. So, yeah, he doesn't have any. 22, 36, 40, yeah, 41. Unless I missed one here. Nope. 41. Well, still, it's only 41, so it's this number divided by 41, whatever his completions are. But it's still not 2%. So something went wonky with my percentages, because you can't have a completion percentage of 2. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh, I'm missing an attempts. I don't think it's that. It's only 41 plus 30, 31 to 40. Well, because I added those up. Oh, these are attempts. That one already does that. Attempts. Huh. Let's 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. Completions. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't have a 2% though. How's that? If that's truly a percentage, how do I have a 2? How would you have a 2? Come on, Drew. How's that even possible, man? All these guys have super low numbers for that. So what? I must just be having it. I must just be reading this weird. I'm getting this. That's after it's. Oh, that's the scale number. I know how to really make things difficult for myself. That's the scale number. All right, so the most you can have is a 2. So 2 is the max. So how is Drew getting a 2? That's interesting. Should not be inverting that, by the way. I don't know how much that's going to affect things, but you can't have a 2. Well, inverting it means to make the bad numbers good, and I want to make the good numbers bad. Bad numbers good. It means making the good numbers. Well, okay, so a high percentage is good, so we don't want to invert it. So we're making a good number bad by inverting it. So a high number bad. Let's put it that way. Inversion changes the high numbers because high numbers are bad. That's better. Now both those guys have really low numbers. Have made them even worse. I've taken them from being terrible to being extra terrible. Wasn't enough that I was having trouble getting rid of them. Now I can't. Now I can't. I'm getting a lot more guys falling down on the numbers though. Is that good? So a lot more guys are hitting that lower number without me changing anything. So that's kind of good. Let's see what that does. No, because now my numbers are 2.4. I don't have as many high numbers. 5.5. But I'm still getting these two guys. So now my number is like 2.4 for really bad. I cannot figure out how to eliminate these guys. How to force them into a bucket. I want to put a minimum down on something, but I don't know. I don't know what that minimum is that I need, which one I need to fix. So it's 2.4 now. .46, but gosh darn it, it's really irritating me because this shouldn't be that complicated. All I need to do is find the ones so I can get a better balance. I need to figure out one of those values is causing these guys to be just way below. Now I want to adjust it before it goes through the scale. That's why my points work. So these guys are all going to alter. Point or 22%. Is that 10%? That's 1%. Jamarcus Russell, 1%. I'm doing my percentages right. By scaling them, I'm giving all whole numbers, and I'm able to adjust them all. That Drew Stanton's got a terrible coverage awareness of 0.4. .4 coverage awareness. That means like all of his values are like decimal points. It's got a 0.4. Those are his values. 0.4. Basically, it means he's the worst in everything except for pass defenses per attempt. And the question is, and he's not good in the other, but he's got 30. He's got 13 passes defensed on 51 attempts, 6 interceptions. Those are all really bad. TDs per attempt. Oh, you know what? Oh, suck. I see what the problem. I see why I'm having trouble reading this. I'm not actually seeing their actual numbers. I'm not seeing their actual numbers. I think what I need to do is change this to be like, I don't know. Hopefully, this oh, I gotta. Whoa, hello. Making sure nobody's melting down or getting hurt or something. All right. Because the guys who are the worst are getting really bad. Okay, so the lowest, we got 0.05. Derek. See, it's really hard. Oh, here's Drew. Drew's the one that I kind of want to say. 0.4, 0.23, 0.26. He's got no TDs per attempt, which gives him a 0 for sure in that zone. And then, I think he even gets scaled down because he doesn't play that much. So, completion percentage. He's at 41%. So, yeah, he is bad. But what's it take? What's it take to make sure it doesn't make him so bad that the problem is he's just bad in everything. And it's like, I can't, like, I mean, 40%, somebody could get 40%, but they could do, you know, better in other things. But he's just bad in everything. And it's like, how do I scale that to push, just like, okay, so your overall is terrible, dude. But I need to get you so you don't break everybody else. So I would have to rescale everybody if I don't scale him at the area. So I either have to make a minimum on the individual values, because the idea of the point ones and point twos is to give everything a kind of a similar number to work with. So it makes all four of them equal values. So and then I can just add them together. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're the worst at this and the best at that, blah, 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 blah. It's going to add together, and that's your number. But if you're the worst at everything, that's going to put you down below. But the problem is nobody else is scaling at such low numbers as they are, so it's pushing everybody else higher. And it's just making things really hard. It's like they're so far bad that it drops everybody else. And I don't know how best to fix it. If I say, I mean, Matt Leinart is the only other guy who's falling down in that range. They're the two bad guys. And passes defense. I mean, Matt Leinart's better than him in most everything. In everything. If, oh gosh, I gotta get this one fixed. I gotta be, I guess I have to leave in about an hour. Dang it, I gotta get this done. It's Friday. I shouldn't be working past 5 on Friday. Point. How do I do this? And then on top of it, he gets muted for his terrible stats. And this whole thing is just about balancing it out when they have great stats. But this takes terrible stats and makes terrible stats even worse. It's like, you're so bad. I can't even balance you down. You're not. It doesn't take into consideration the possibility of just being bad. The reason you didn't get the reason you had to be balanced was because you were so bad, not because you had a couple of great games and you got hurt and you're out. You had no great games. You sucked. You were terrible. You got benched. That's why you're not in there. And now you're screwing all of our stats up because you were so bad. And I need to figure out how best it's like what is a bottom barrel value? And the thing is, everybody would have it if I do it after the scaling. So if I don't fix it before the scaling, and the thing is, all these values are realistic-ish. Because they're all percentages, right? So you can have a 40% passing rate. You can have a 23% INTs per attempt. And you can have a passes defense per attempt of 0.26. Apparently no one does. Because he gets 0 in everything except the passes defense bit. So 0 means he's the worst in all of these. So maybe I raise it up to what would be a good INTs per attempt? If I were to go with INTs per attempt, it's almost like I need it. INTs per attempt. It's already being scaled on INTs per attempt from 0 to 2. He's just really bad. I need to shorten that number. And his INTs per attempt is 0.23. And if the range, somebody's getting like really low INTs per attempt. Who's my best guy? No. That's not good. I guess I'm so fixed on the bad players, I didn't even realize that the good players messed up. Invert, yes. False. TD's false. INTs per attempt value, true. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop this because I have other problems because this Byron Leftwich was not, I mean, should not be the best player. If I was looking at this coverage awareness, I would say something's out of whack here, and it's more problematic than I guessed, because Byron Leftwich is not the best player. If I were to look at this IND passing, I would guess it could be Peyton Manning again. He had 5.8. His TD percentage is 5.8, which is very high. It's one of the highest. Completion percentage is 68.8. Again, one of, if not the, man, he had a great year that year. That was with the Colts. Man, 68.8. That was before he was with Denver. He had a great completion percentage, one of the highest in the league. He had a 5.8, which is one of the highest in the league for TD percentages. Maybe not the highest player. He did have 16 INTs, but on 571 attempts, that's still less than 1 in 80? No, 1 in 100? 1 in 100? No. 16 goes into about 8 times 5 is 40. About 1 in 40? Less than 1 in 50? You got a 2.8% interception rate, which is really pretty good. There's a lot of guys lower, but it's not terrible. So it's INT rate, TD rate, completion percentage, and my other one is passes defense, which I can't actually look at here, but I have that calculation done. So I don't know that he's necessarily the best, but he should be one of the highest. And Byron Leftwich, which again I know is not the best. In fact, he was a troublesome player on my previous Byron Leftwich. What's his big deal? He had he only had three things. How does he have 3 games which gets scaled? Or am I not scaling games in this one? I thought I was scaling games. He's one of those people that I purposely scaled on the fact that so he had 4 TDs. See, this is the problem. He had a lot of TDs in 4 games, which is really good, but he only played 3 games. He only had 3 INTs, so he must have got hurt. He must have been playing pretty good, got hurt, because, I mean, these are not stats of a guy who gets dropped. 4 touchdowns in 3 games? That's really high. Only 3 INTs. Not terrible considering he had 4 touchdowns. His completion percentage, not spectacular, but I mean, considering he had 4 touchdowns. That's pretty good. But again, that's what I have the scaling for. But that scaling with quarterbacks is tough because you get a lot of games in with. So I have to add the. I don't know if this is going to matter, but we're going to go ahead. Oops. Games. Whoops. What the heck? I don't know if that's going to matter. That's not going to do. That might eliminate him from being that high, but it doesn't fix my. A lot of these quarterbacks here with only 3 games or less are going to get. But that still doesn't fix the price. I have Drew Stanton, who I'm sure. Oh, Drew Stanton only had 3 games also. That's just going to lower him down. All these guys are going to get lowered. This is going to make Drew Stanton even worse. He's going to get. Well, stat controlled ain't going to matter because he had enough passes to not get stat controlled. Stat controlled means they have to have a like a league minimum number for his statistics to be viable. But when you have large amounts of stats, I have to consider also the number of games you played. Like I want to know that you played against a variety of opponents, that you didn't just, you know, get 1 or 2 or 3 great games and then get out. So you get, basically you're getting nerfed for not playing at least half a season. And I don't do that with all stats. I only do that with the ones that already have big numbers and the stat control doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. Now, in the end, that's going to lower a couple of people down. But what it doesn't do is fix my my base problem of trying to figure out why. This'll take Byron Leftwich out of the top position for sure, because that's a significant alteration of their. I figure this out. It's not even the one I'm working on, but it does bug me. Well, I did drop a few people by doing that. Took all those guys that are not good and put them at the bottom. I still don't like that I only have 6 down here, though, and I have too many in the elite position. Ideally, I mean, because there's only so many quarterbacks, right? And these are all stats based on quarterback passes. So Brett Favre is back on top, which is possible. I mean, he had a good season that year too. He and Manning may have had the 2 best seasons for that year. But it doesn't solve my problem of why I'm only getting 6 people at the bottom. It did push 2 to the bottom. And a lot of that's going to be because of their play time. But I don't know how to fix it. Short of scaling in advance or doing these numbers in a different way, or setting a minimum for the other values. That's all I can think of, and I don't know what the minimum should be. Let's put Brett Favre in as one of the guys I'm going to look at, and then we will look at it's only 6 guys. All right, so anything under 2.17 and Brett Favre. 2. Point. 2.17. 17. Or player.name equals Brett Favre. Nah. No, I shouldn't be going. Just like I hate leaving things. I have a problem with leaving things unfinished. Because if I can get this one balanced, I can move on. I only have 3 left. 3 left that aren't meeting the criteria of everybody getting a statistic. I still have to review all of the other stats and just make sure that they're coming out okay. They're not. Not all of them are, I'm sure. If I'm having problems with these ones, some of them will probably have fine ranges. They'll be perfect. Others will probably be still off a little. I want to see if there's a trend, something I'm seeing that stands out for all these terribles, that maybe I can set a minimum for. Like, maybe TDs per attempt should not be less than 0. Maybe I set it to 1. You know, that might be a thing. That right there could be. I have to see what Brett Favre. Oops, did I put Brett? Did I spell his name wrong? Dang it. I think I misspelled his name. Shoot. Yeah, shoot. It's 2 T's. Means I don't even have him to compare against. How long have I been at this? Going on 3 hours. Ugh. This week has been all about stat optimizing. I've written all of my skills. Now I got to get the skills to get numbers that are workable. Because if the ranges are right, it's going to have a better effect and spread in the game, right? Players are going to be, as you'd expect, more options. I mean, yeah, it's possible that in some things, more players lean towards the top half of the skill tree, but I still want to push down. I think in most cases, I'd like to get it to where at the very least, my high skills, the best 20% are obviously better. You know, that there's not as many of them up there. If I have 40% of my people are in the elite section, there's something wrong with my stats. I shouldn't have 40% performing at an elite level. That's what I feel like. I mean, we have quarterbacks. I mean, really, when you're doing fantasy drafts for football, there's only like, 10. I mean, if you have a top 10 QB, you're doing great. If you have a 10 to 20, you're doing okay. But these guys aren't like the best, right? I mean, they're not crushing it. And if you got the 20 to 30 zone, the last 10 guys, I mean, there's only, 34 active QBs, 34 full-time quarterbacks for most seasons. And I think it's reasonable to expect that you wouldn't have 40% of your guys playing at the top 10 positions. Because they're getting what it's doing is giving stats or skills. That's what this is doing. It's generating skill values for them that are going to be used against other players. And if they're in that elite zone while other players are in the soft zone, numbers aren't going to match up. And then I got to figure out, well, why are things broken? And well, it's like, oh, maybe because I have too many guys that are too good at this value. If I can make sure I have a decent spread, then it's just a matter of adjusting maybe how much weight each skill is. But if the problem is that I just have a bad spread and this group of people is just skewing all of my stats because they're too good, I need to make sure everything's just a good balance. So if I can create all the player skills with a decent spread of players, then all I have to do is adjust the how the skills compare, and I should have a relatively equal transition between really good players and middle players and bad players. If I have terrible players at the bottom of one, they're going to be skewed out by all these guys always dominating them. It's like if I have a 90% win rate, or I say a 40% win rate over here and a 2% win rate over here, the 40% are going to be crushing on these twos. And remember, if they have the higher percentage, it's really not even that. It's more like those 40s will be like 90s compared to the twos, because they're so much better than them. They're just that they're out of their league. Now, granted, those 40s could get whooped by, higher levels, but they are the worst of their position. It shouldn't be worst versus worst. Should be a fairly equal match, is all I'm saying. And so I need to have all the stats to be evenly distributed, so that when I set the values to match, that whenever the skill levels go down, we're going to stay within sync of each other, rather than having, oh, well, this group's, yeah, it's pretty even at the elite, but everybody here is elite. So when they get to play anybody who's low, these guys are going to start crushing on them. And so this skill is going to be dominant, because they're all in that high zone of values, and I need to pull some of those values down so that they scale down with everything. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. All right, so let's go see. First of all, I should have a Brett Favre in here now. There he is, Brett Favre. Okay. So what makes you so great, Brett? Well, you have an 82% completion beyond the line of scrimmage. That's awesome. That's actually really, really good. kind of crazy good, actually. TDs per attempt is 12% versus 7%. I'm just looking at all these guys who are terrible. I mean, he has a 0. TDs per attempt. All these guys with 0 are like really bad. So, but I wouldn't want to give them a. But what is the difference between 12%, 7%, and 0? It's 12%. It's a 12% swing. But how much is that going to break in the ratings? So, if I get times 2'd, I already have them times 2'd. So he's already times 2'd. And then TD attempt value. So he's going to get a 2, and some of those guys are all going to be pretty far off. I don't know what the general scale is, but everybody's going to be closer in this guy's zone than his. If 0.07 is the worst, I wonder if I should raise it up to like... You know what? I wonder if I could arrange I wonder if I can create a dynamic minimum. A dynamic minimum. So, like, if I want to eliminate everybody underneath X amount, but maybe I want that number to alter in time, it's like, I think I might have to set it. I think it's the TDs per attempt. 0.07. Some of these guys have 0 TDs per attempt. The 0 is really, really bad. 0.02, 0.02. It's nothing like 12% or 12%. All right, TDs per attempt. That's actually not percentages. TDs per attempt, because that's multiplied. So it's really only like 0.06, but it got multiplied to 12. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's my maybe it's my multiplier. It's too big. I'm being unreasonable with my multiplier and it's creating really big spread. You know, that could be it. Let's drive this down a little bit. What if I just said 1.5 on the TDs? And that also makes their INTs really bad because I was making, let's go 1.5 on that. I wanted to give them a bonus, but you know what? That could be what's tripping me up. I may have found the problem. I'm just giving too much credit to that value, and it's creating a huge spread in players. I need to keep them closer. So now Mr. Favre only gets a 0.09. It's not as good. Allows for a shorter gap between the worst and the first. And that shrinking, because a 0 is unmultipliable, right? I mean, if you have no TDs, you're gonna sit at the bottom, and then there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas all these guys are getting bonuses that drive them way up. That may just be pulling them out of range. Now I could theoretically end up with more players on the bottom now. Still gotta fix this. I'm not worried about it now, but it's definitely a problem. Rush awareness should not be getting a third run. I don't know why we're getting a third run, but we're getting a third run on rush awareness. I don't know if I get more or less. I feel like I'm getting... What was it before? It was 6 guys underneath 2.17. Well, now this shouldn't change these guys much, right? But the gaps between them should be smaller. That's how I think I see it. Because they're not as affected by the multiplier because they don't get a multiplier. It's just the top guys should be different. I don't even know if that made a change at all. All right, let's take that off altogether. Let's just see what happens if I remove this. Nobody gets extra penalty and nobody gets extra. I think what I was doing there is that the point of that was to be able to allow them to all be put together. You know, adding the values all together as one.
Be a camera ticket. Unless it's me.
Yeah, I don't even know where I could have been that has a camera anywhere nearby.
Yeah.
Where were you driving my car at?
Oh. Where does it say? Does it say?
Infraction date 4:34 p.m.
9/2?
That was just a few, like last week.
Juanita Drive by Arrowhead Elementary. I wasn't even over there.
5-2.
9/2.
9-2. That's a Tuesday. Well, you don't usually drive my car on Tuesday. Where is Arrowhead Elementary?
On Juanita Drive.
Juanita Drive? I'm never on Juanita Drive.
Caden. BKF. Oh, or is that Hallie? That's Hallie.
Oh.
Yep, because Jackson lives there.
So this is her ticket.
Yep. We're leaving.
Here,
Me and Hallie are leaving.
give that to Hallie.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Love you.
You're going to your thing, right?
Yeah, it's at 6 something. 6. I think it's 6, or it might be 7:15. I don't remember. Mahita got a speeding ticket. It's a camera speeding ticket. They're stupid cameras. $110 though, so it's pretty significant. Are we getting more or less? Okay. It looks like the same. It's like I think we're getting about the same number. Now you gotta wait till the second run, but all right. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 4, 5. 6. 6. It's the same number. They didn't change anything. Taking away the extra penalty didn't help anything. I don't like that I'm running through here 3 times. All right, back to here. All right. Still 6, still 16. That didn't do anything. The multiplier, as much as I would like to blame the multiplier, it was not the multiplier's fault. Those guys are so bad. They can deny the multiplier. Even with a 0.6 TDs per attempt and a 0.01 INTs, which is a 1% and 6% TDs. These guys are still coming out crap load bottom of the barrel. Passes defensed per attempt. Mr. Brett Favre has a 0.09. Which is good. What about if I say... I'm trying to decide what makes these guys just so much worse than everybody else. Because these 6 guys are the only ones falling into that zone, and nothing I do seems to make a difference. TDs per attempt, 0.01, 0.01. Some of them are 0. What if I set them all at point? Considering the range is 0.01 to 0.06 of these guys. All right, let's try this. Oops, dang it. Why does it do that? we're gonna go math.max, comma, we're gonna go 0.1. No, 0.0. And then, so we're going to give them something, just to have a something. 0.01, I have a, I mean, Keith Null had a 0.2, 0.3. I don't want to give a value that's higher than, this guy's a 0.11. So 0.1 is still lower, but not, at least it's a value. Now that doesn't fix that, but if I can raise up some other thing here, like INTs per attempt, I got 0.2, 0.4. The worst guy is Leftwich, 0.2. Keith Null. Drew Stanton was bad, 0.11. He is just not good at all. All right, let's say 0.2 on him. We'll say math.max. We'll say 0.2 on him. Math.max. Comma 0.02. So it's going to raise him up. He'll get raised up on both of those, which will help. Passes defensed per attempt. Now this is the opposite. 0.26. Now I don't know who the highest this is, but let's say a minimum under, I mean that's 26% of his passes are pass defensed. That's really bad. Oh, this is different. INTs per attempt. 0.01. Oh, we want the min. We want min on interceptions per attempt. Oh, he's 0.11, not 0.021. Oh, okay. So it's going to have to be a min. A min of... No. Okay, wait a minute. This doesn't work. Okay, so TDs. I do want TDs. A max of their value and 0.1. But with INTs, we want the min of their value, because the lower numbers we want to keep. The higher numbers, we'll say 1, 1, 1. Just 0.1, which will help him to improve slightly. All right, now the passes defense. Passes defense per attempt, 13. This is also a bad one. 10, 26. Jeez. 43. Matt Leinart. What the heck, dude? On 33, he had 33 passes defensed? Dude, you suck. Don't even know. How does that even happen? That is like so many passes defensed. That's just like, that's not even a thing. I thought 26 passes defensed was a lot. Or 13. He had 13, but 13 on 51. He had 33 on... That's what's worse. That's almost half. That's not half. And the only thing is left is completion percentage. But we know that passes defensed is bad, so we have to take the lower numbers are good, so we'll say math.min. So we let people keep their min, because that's what we want. But we don't, unfortunately, we can't drop it to 1, that's too low. But we certainly don't need a 0.43, so let's try something like a, I don't know, 0.3? I mean, geez Louise, dude. 43% of his passes were blocked. It's just, that's epically low. But he didn't even play that many games. He only threw 77 passes, so he's already going to get tanked simply on being hardly played. And they're skewing things, so we're going to say 3. I don't think anybody who plays significantly is ever going to have 30% of their passes. In fact, I might even say 2.5. If you have 1 out of every 4 of your passes defensed, that's crazy. All right, so now the only thing is completions beyond the line of scrimmage. .4, 0.6, 60%, 40%. 40% is terrible. Let's see, what is, in general, what are these guys? These guys are really good. I mean, Vince Young was 58. Let's say 50. Well, it's tricky because at beyond the line of scrimmage, a lot of these guys were, you know, they throw behind the line of scrimmage all the time. Let's go get a rough guess of beyond the line of scrimmage percentages. Let's sort by PCT. PCT. Yeah, 50s. The farther you go, the worse this gets, but that's all right. Yeah, Chad Pennington, 81%. I mean, granted, he didn't try very much, but still 30 is the lowest that guy got. It's going to go down even more here, though. Let's try 30. 0.3. I still say that even might be kind of bad or kind of unlikely. Oh, no, wait, now 0.3. He's already got 0.4. Let's say 0.5, because beyond the line of scrimmage, your percentages are going to be down for everybody, and I think 0.5 as a minimum is good enough. So we're going to go completion percentage beyond the line of scrimmage. So math.max, because that's a good number, and we'll say 0.5. All right, let's see if these numbers help me get some better results. Here we go. Drum roll, please. This better get me some better results. The idea is to pull those crap dudes up high enough that more people can join them at the bottom. That's the idea, that they're not so much worse than everybody, that everybody else is just on another level. The goal here is that we have more people falling into the crap zone because they're not the only ones there anymore. So tonight I have just rehearsal. It's mostly like I don't even know what you want to call it. I don't even have a. It's not rehearsal. I don't have a script yet. I know what we're doing. It's Romeo and Juliet. I got the part I went for. Yay me! And I'm like, oh gosh, I don't know if I want it. Just kidding. It's just that it's hard. It's gonna be hard. I got to do a lot of studying for this one. It's gonna be some work. Um, I want. I. It's just gonna mean I have to do a lot of memorization. I'll be memorizing stuff every day, all the time, trying to get through the first part and the second part and the third. There's a lot of parts. I don't have as many lines. Okay, so in acting, lines are not lines. They're sections of dialogue. So, although I have fewer lines than I did in my last play, which was like 137, I've actually got more lines, which is to say, I think I only have like 70 lines in this one. Maybe not even that much. It might be like 60, but some of those dialogues are like 20 or 30 all by themselves. And it's like, oh, that's going to be fun. So there's a lot more numbers here, I think. I think that's more than 6, which is good, right? All right, well, I went from 6 to 11, and I did pull some of them down. Now we're at 16% here. So that's better. Still not great. I still have 3 guys that are... I would like to still get... If I could, I'd still like these 3 to be pushed out of the 3. So I have to raise something to make these guys push out. If I can get these 3 to blend with those 8 and maybe as a result get a bunch more guys to fall down here, I would be a much happier person. Because I still think that's too much. I mean, we're close to balanced, but this number needs to be higher. Because if we figure we have 49 guys that are qualifying here, and 5, I should get closer to 10 per area, right? 49, so yeah, 10. And ideally, the elite guys, there's less. It's like the small number should be here. Like, I'd be okay with 4, 5, 6, something like that. So if I can get all 11 of these guys to move together, that would be even better. Because I don't want them all necessarily to be at the bottom, but I definitely need to get a better balance. I need to pull more from the top and move these guys to the bottom. So, and I got to be careful because these are working with decimal points, which means I got to kind of see, all right, well, what has everybody got? What's a number, like what's the worst of all of these guys who are under the 2.17 threshold I have right now? I did increase the number, but like if I want to go look at percentage, completion percentage, 0.7, 0.6, 0.60. This guy got the 0.5, which means he's already there, but I could raise it higher. Drew Stanton, it's okay because he was one of the crap dudes. 0.50 on 246. Jamarcus Russell actually played quite a bit. What's his games played? Do I not have games played for him? I'd kind of like to see games played. I'm going to put that on the next thing here. Let's do this. Nope. Right, that's for future. for future. Jamarcus Russell, I could probably look at him here. Jamarcus Russell had individual passing. Jamarcus, 12 games. So he was a little light on games, but it wouldn't have made too big of a difference. So it's not a game. He's not game skewed for his lowness. Thinking maybe 0.5 is still, we're getting up there to where it's kind of like, don't know if I want to. Byron Leftwich. How come his completion percentage is so high? Completion percentage of 2.17. Huh? That's not even. How is that even possible? I mean, Brett Favre had an 82%, but Byron, what? How do we have Byron Leftwich? How does he have a 2.17? How do you even get that? Is there something screwed up about his stats? Because that is really weird. Wait. Completion percentage beyond the line of scrimmage. Nope. Am I changing that value anywhere? No, I'm setting it to this. Math at max. I do not know how he's getting that value. And even with that value, it's not helping him any. Even with his broken value, he's not getting he gets a 1.9 out of that, which is nearly perfect, I think, because I think it's only a 2. Yeah. And it's only because there's another guy down here with a broken one. Line art has got 1.5. We got a couple of guys that are getting this value that are, I think, because something's weird with his stats. It's not even possible. He's getting broken stats. Because beyond the line of scrimmage, I didn't even count those ones. And then these ones. Is he even on here? .29 completions on 49 attempts. There's no way. I don't know how he's getting those values. All right, well, that does not math out. It's not possible. Okay, why are you? I don't even know how to test this in a way that I have it I have it capped. Because somehow to get that number, to have this number be greater than that number, doesn't make any sense. Or wait, to have attempts be less than. Oh, okay, so let's take this. Let's just say if this is less than this. Should not be. But if it is, this will tell me if I have broken. I could have broken stats, and that could be breaking some of my stuff too, messing up my stuff. Like if one of these isn't returning a value, that's a significant issue. Because I don't. That's the only way a number like. I got a lot of guys getting more numbers in their stats. What's the problem here? How can you have completions greater than attempts? All right, so something is definitely broken here. What is going on here? Completions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Attempts, 1 to 10. 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 plus. Attempts are 31, 41 plus, 31 to 40, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. Format, print line, total completions, beyond. So we got some of these are getting multiple calls. How come I'm calling this like 1, 2, 3, 4 times? I was like, everybody's getting it. Attempts 59, 74, 78, 42, 52, 72. That's only 77. That's still really good. It's really close to broken, but that's not on. That's not wrong. 59, 69, 74, 78. 42, 52, 77. That is not. Oh, dang nabbit. Completion. That's. No wonder everybody's on there. There's no outliers. That was just dumbness. Let's see when I fix that. Now we should only get ones that are actually broken. Assuming, yeah, there they are. Even Brett, they got a couple of guys that are actually broken. How is that even possible? It's not everybody, at least. That's a good thing. It's like a minute ago, it looked like everybody was broken. But now it's just a handful. But it's just weird. How are my stats even doing that? Like Brett Favre, he's got more completions than percentages. And that's not even, I mean, it doesn't show that at all. Or more completions than attempts. So we got 86, 79, 86, 93, 98. That's 101. Oh, that is so broken. Well, which one is off? Or, I mean, that's like, one of these has got to be bigger than the other, right? So 1 to 10, he's got more attempts. 11 to 20. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's go look at Brett. All right, Mr. Fabre. So if we look at Brett's numbers here, we got 1 to 10. All right, so something on 1 to 10, he has 270 attempts and 204 completions at 1 to 10. Okay, this is just so many levels of broken. That is not what that is. I don't even know what these numbers are, but that is not what this is. What the heck? Passes 1 to 10. CMP. That should be 204. All right, let's go look at Brett Favre. This is what's actually imported. Passes 1 to 10. 204. Well, what the frick number is it showing me? 270 and 204. What is going on? Get what is going on? Wait. 1 to 10. Comp 1 to 10. Should be 204. I'm getting not that. I'm getting where'd he go? Or am I looking at the wrong guy? Am I looking at the wrong guy somehow? No. 35 and 59. These are totally not his. Wait, does this have, does player stats have the name of the player? I wanna actually record. I wanna actually write that down. If it's even in here. Format print line player PS. Oh, it's not in here. Dang it. It's not in the player stats. I mean, I don't. Oh, it might. Well, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. This comes late. Oh, I might be looking at it wrong. Right? Because when that runs, it runs before. Oh, I see what's going on. These values are for the next guy. Oh. Why is Brett Favre's not showing up, though? I mean, there are people who are off. But, like, the problem here, it's because of the order of my comments. Okay. Phew. That's solved. I hate it when I do that, though. So these could theoretically be anybody's missed values. Completion percent still should not be 1.19. Favre is fine. But Josh Johnson has a 1.15, which is more. And he's the one with the 35, 59, 59 attempts, 27 attempts, 7 attempts. And somehow 31 to 40, it says he's only got 5 attempts. It says to 66. Is that right? Let's go see what Josh Johnson has here. And it's 31 to 40. Josh Johnson. I should be 3 attempts on 2 completions. So whatever his number is on that 31 to 40, the completions are wrong. He's basically got 2 completions on 4 attempts. Looks like, oh, 5 attempts. So I've got the attempts right. But this is totally broken. It should not be 66. How does he get that? All right, so something's up with my completions at 31 to 40. Oh, that's a problem. It only shows up once, though. Uh-huh. This is supposed to be CMP. because it doesn't actually use that. I don't know what percentage is being used at, but that's not what that's supposed to be. Huh. And is that a problem? That's also percentages. Should be CMP also. Only calling for it in those two spots. I don't know what other ones are looking. That's CMP correctly. Oops. That's correctly CMP. CMP. That's in two places. CMP. Well, why do I have completion? Oh, this is percent. These actually say percent in them. Percent. Okay. You know, it'd be nice if my stats were right. Sure make my life a lot easier. It's one thing to have bad values. It's a whole nother to get wrong stats. It's like, I can't fix a range when the ranges are all screwed the poochie up. And I think that's all. That could have a lot to do with how people are balancing too. Because if they're getting weird numbers when they should be getting not weird numbers, and everybody else is not getting the right values in the right positions, it just gets all squinked. But on the upside, I'm not getting any more weird completion percentages, so I can get rid of that. Get rid of that test. My numbers are now at least all correct. And if they're still the worst people in the world, I should be able to. I gotta see if I have to be at my thing at 7 or at. Let's see if I'm supposed to be there at 7 or if I'm supposed to be there at 7:15. Oh, I forgot to reply. No. 7:15. All right. So I got to leave by 7, which is I shouldn't like. This is one of those things, you know. I feel like sometimes working on this is not work. I mean, it is work, but it's fun work. I mean, it's like something I enjoy doing. If I didn't, I would have stopped. But at the same time, I understand that, you know, there's a reason why I'm supposed to be taking this time off. So I get that too. But still, it's just, I guess I I hate leaving things looking being broken. Hey, we got a much better balance now. We got 6 at the worst, 9 at the top. That's actually numbers I can almost be happy with. Very even. Like the peak is in the middle, 11 on that, 11 there. You know what? I think I can live with that. I think that those numbers are going to work for me. People don't have to be absolutely crappy, but I mean, I like that most of my stuff is in the middle zone, and there's only a few guys. The top 10 quarterbacks are there. So if we were fantasy football, you'd have 9 guys that are pretty dang good. I like it. And it's going to change over time. I'm going to eventually have these be like, there should be on the rough zone maybe 9 times 26 going here, because we'll have a lot of guys that fall into this thing over the course of seasons. But also guys are gonna kind of balance out, right? Because if I import guys that fall into that range but they don't ever get drafted or played, their stats they're not going to be able to continue those ways. The idea is that players will lose a little and you'll bring someone new in, and there'll always be reason to pick up new guys. But I'm going to lock that one down. I think that one's good. The only thing I need to do with the QB stats now is to set these values that I did. All of them, really. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, let's turn that off. If I need it, I'll go in there and check it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8. I'm going to put this in review because it is done. But I got to create a new one. I got to do this next week, and I don't want to. I have to stop. I want to stop. I got to get off. But now that I can say that that is done, I can just say I have to go put in player skills and general offensive, defensive, special task, test accuracy skill. Oh, I don't know why I did that, but we'll go offensive skills and create one. And we'll say task. Replace fixed values with control modifiers. Okay, so we'll put this in ready for development. Okay, so here, okay, I think we got it. We're all done with that one. Yay me. But here's the deal. I was watching a video today, YouTube, and they were talking to a guy who was, it was the same thing, Thomas Brush. He does a lot of interviews with people. It's kind of cool. It lets me kind of get a feel for how other developers do their thing. And I see a lot of them discussing topics that both interest me and make me wonder. I'm a person who have a real hard time, and a couple of them apparently say they are, but they're able to shake it off. Hard time leaving things ugly, leaving code ugly. I leave code. Okay, so here's my opinion on leaving code ugly. I can't do it. And there's plenty of people out there developing games who say, well, you know, if the numbers work, like for example, I have my coverage awareness that I set up here, and you can see I have hard-coded values in here, but I put in a ClickUp task, even though I consider this a done in review skill. I put in a task that's going to be me replacing all these values here, along with putting them in my skill control modifiers reference, because I need to say what they are, what they do, and how they affect that skill. The reason I want to do that is this game is going to be all about balancing players against each other, making sure we got a pretty good range. Like, I set this up, I've got a nice range here. It's a decent range of my players with coverage awareness, how they're all gonna fit against each other. So ideally, if you play the top tier guys with the top tier guys and whatever they're comparing against, you're gonna have decent cancellations or decent effects against each other. It should be very, very consistent. But you don't want to have it where it's skewed, where everybody's really good at the top and very few people at the bottom. But the problem is, I could be wrong. There could be some system situation at a point where I'm finding that maybe this one thing is happening a ton of times. Maybe in this case, the quarterback never makes a mistake. He never throws. He doesn't throw interceptions ever, even when they're bad quarterbacks or middling quarterbacks. Or maybe there's not enough effects going on. Even when you have the greatest cornerbacks back there, they can't seem to ever get something going. They can't win the play. Whatever kind of things might create, you would expect a fairly even result. It's not happening. And by having these control modifiers and explanations of what they do, for me, it allows me to be able to tweak, edit, and adjust balancing on my game whenever I see a flaw that comes up when I'm running thousands of games. I want to be able to have that stuff in my control modifier logic that says, okay, well, I know this one will tweak this value. And then I can adjust that value alone and put it in without having to recompile my code. If I ever change any of these values, I have to recompile and deploy an update. Oh, this is broken. Let's update it. And it's not that easy to fix. If for some reason I put in a skew that is breaking things wrong, I can't just go back and fix it. I have to recompile the code and send out another update. I can do an instant update if all it is the value here, because I'm just basically changing a value that's going to be pulled from my database. So whenever it goes to look, bam, it's there. And I can tweak and adjust and set up anything I want and make sure everybody's balancing correctly. So there it is. My idea is that I can't leave hard-coded values because I always in my head see that number getting changed. Or possibly, and maybe not. Maybe I've got this perfect and I'll never touch these numbers again, but I can. And I can balance and reconcile. I can adjust and tweak anything. Think about it like you've seen a music studio where they got their big equalizer system, whatever it is, and you've got 1,000 buttons. They're not using half those buttons. They adjust a few of them here and there. They turn a few dials. They do whatever they do, but they're not using the hundreds of buttons in front of them. But they're there. They have the option. If they want to tweak this little thing on that or that little thing on that, they can. And that's why those things are so popular. Or that's why they buy the 1,000 button things. They don't need all those buttons most of the time, but they got them. And that's me. I like to have all the buttons. I like lots of buttons. I can't let it go. I know there's developers out there who say, don't do it. You're wasting time. This is my first game. I'm going to get it. I can't help but want to get it right the first time. I want to be able to continue to improve this thing and not go back and refactor crap all the time. I don't want my updates to be me refactoring code. I want my updates to be me providing newer, cooler, better stuff. And eventually I don't want a spaghetti code application. I want to be able to fix something, have it be clean, updated, and functional for whoever's buying my game. I want to be able to do updates. I want to be able to do free updates. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I guess it depends on how popular my game is. There's plenty of people who've released games. I was just watching a video on No Man's Sky, and they just do free updates. They've been doing it for like 10 years. And they're making money. But their game they got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people playing their game all the time. You got Stardew Valley. They update for free. But they got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people playing their game all the time. It's really hard to do stuff for free when you have, a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people playing all the time. Because, you figure if you have a couple thousand people playing all the time, a very small percentage of them are buying more, right? They're not. You may have 5% of them that buy some merch if you create merch. Maybe I'll create merch if it's worth it, if people like it. Maybe I will, whatever I got, but I have to figure out a way to get my base up where people want to play my game. And if I could get some kind of a consistent income out of that, then I can see continuing to do it for free. But how do you ask for consistent income? What's the best way to do that? Your game is either giving you consistent income, or you're getting it from some other means that those people like enough that they want to get something out of it. And the other option is doing something like maybe I set up leagues, but I don't know how that works. I mean, I don't know if you can do stuff like that and give unique rewards. I'd have to figure out a way to do that. And then how do you charge people to be in leagues? I guess you can call it a league season, special leagues. Or I want to do champion leagues and other types of leagues and let people get in them. But I also have a problem with the idea of making people pay for all that stuff. If you're a good player, you're a great player, maybe you can earn a way into a Champions League. But maybe if you didn't qualify the normal way, you could buy into it. If you really want to play in a Champions League, you can come in as a qualifier. You can buy a qualifier's ticket and get in there. But I don't know. There's got to be something. I want to give everybody the ability to play everything in my game. Once they've paid for it once, I want them to be able to do that. But do I want to keep giving out, like the other manager game out, the one I keep thinking of in my head, and there's a lot of them, by the way. There's a ton of them. There's some online ones. There's a couple of, there's soccer and everything else too, and there's soccer, basketball, baseball. But the football ones, American football, the one I think of most is front office football, as far as simulations go. And then on the Android, there's really not any. No, that's not true. There is one called something GM. It's got a lot of paywalls, and I don't want to do that. There was one. Most every Android game has paywalls, and that's another thing. I'd almost be rather have it be an extension to your PC game, but that might be like an extra thing. You can buy it. I don't know how I'm going to do that. There's a lot of bits and parts I want to be able to say. I want people to be able to use the phone and play offline. So maybe I create that as an offline app that I can have people get as an extension of some kind. It's going to be pretty easy to compile my game to work, because I'm designing it to work on the phone. So it's going to be on PC and phone. But in order for me to monetize it, I got to figure out how to do that in a way where I don't have to keep charging people. I don't want to do that. So I got to figure out, where does this game keep making money after the fact? Maybe it starts off slow, but maybe if it's out there and people like it and they get a few more sales and I can continue to get something out of it, but maybe I can just grow it, continue to make it better, like people do with No Man's Sky or Stardew Valley, where they keep making the same game, and maybe there's DLCs. I don't know, whatever they're doing, but there's some games that just say, you know what? We're cutting this off. There's the 2022 version. Hey, Chun, how's it going? DLCs for better performance. I don't know. Is it? I mean, DLCs, I guess. I don't know. I mean, DLCs are great for PC, right? But I mean, ultimately, if you have an update on the phone, you got to have the assets be updated on there differently, because it's not DLC. I'm struggling with trying to figure out the best way to do this in a way where my game can make money, but at the same time without charging people all the time. So if I do a PC game, charge once, and then if I only have 1,000 dedicated users, now that might even be me trying to be generous to myself. 1,000 dedicated, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how good it'll do. I think it's going to be a great game. I'm building a lot of cool features in. But I don't know. Maybe my graphics skill is not going to be enough. I've already created some of the basic UI, but I haven't built the player animations and the player game part, and that could be crucial. But a lot of football management games don't don't actually have visual player simulation like mine is going to have. So that in itself takes mine into another realm of game, because there are, as far as I know, there are no strictly management games that have a visual simulation outside of just dots or bars moving back and forth on the screen. And I want my game to be have an actual game, something to watch, a la Big Win Football, which unfortunately on the Android doesn't exist anymore. They went out of business for reasons I don't know. They had a bunch of games. People, I guess they were pretty popular, but I don't know. They did something, went bankrupt. I don't know how they did that, but they were a paywall game. It was on the phone, and I don't want to do the paywalls. I can't figure out how to deploy this on the phone in a way that would be practical for a non microtransaction game. People don't buy games on phones. I mean, yes, there's a few people out there who will buy a game on a phone, but most of them want a free game. And I thought about that. I wanted to make it a free game that you could earn everything in the game, but there would be things that you could buy for visuals. But here's the problem. I'm not a graphics guy, and I'm building this game mostly on my own. And if the only thing I can sell are graphic updates, then I don't know that I can provide something people want enough to make those purchases. I want to get this game to function and work and look nice enough to be a cool game, but I don't want to have any chance of this thing making money be dependent on my ability to make pretty art. Because I think I can logically make a cool functioning game that has enough visual appeal to work and look good and stand alone on itself and its own merits. But I'm not an artist. I mean, there's plenty of people out there who get into games who don't know anything about creating online art, but they're skilled and talented in art forms, and they can visualize art. I can see good. I can understand what's good, what's nice, what's cool. But taking what's cool in my head and putting it out in the world is just, it's neither what I can do nor what I want to do. I just don't enjoy that as much. And that's the thing, a lot of artists complain about us poor people using AI. Yeah, and so with my game, I thought about doing seasons, or like that makes sense, right? You can you can create a new season, and maybe that's one way to do it. I'm trying to figure out how that would work. Maybe there's special seasons. Like I don't want to stop because it's a football game, right? I don't want people to be blocked from playing their game. They should be able to do their own seasons, but maybe those are maybe I have different, like a champion season. They can join a champion season, and there will be one that runs for 3 months or 4 months. They join this champion season and they pay that. Maybe that's the way to do it. And then the phone and the what do you call it? The phone and the PC and all that stuff gets to work together, and I don't have to do anything special for the game, but they can join these special leagues. I could have champions leagues. I could have maybe owner leagues or something where you can take your players that you own in your collection and play with them, so you can build your own team out of what you've been collecting. Whereas normal leagues would be you just playing offline against random people, but you could have these special seasons where people can join and go play against the best players. I don't know, stuff like that. Maybe that's an idea. Just trying to come up with a way that people can, if they're enjoying the game, play against other people, and have it be like and still be able to get full features of the game. So seasons are a thing, but I don't want to, like I said, I don't want it to even be a block. I don't want it to be one of those things where people are FOMO. Like, for example, if you play Marvel Snap, they have season passes. But if you don't do season passes, you don't get those cards. I mean, you might someday if you're lucky. If you've been playing since the beginning like me, and I've got all but 40 cards, my odds are a little bit better because, you know, I can earn up enough things and kind of, I don't have a lot to get random from. But if you're new to the game, you're like behind the 8 ball, right? If you're brand new to the game, you got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cards. The odds of you getting the one you want without accelerating that some way is next to none, right? You're going to be waiting for those random cards forever, and they're just going to keep adding cards, and you're just out of luck. You're never going to see some of those cards. Only because I've been playing since the beginning and I play frequent enough, I get a fair number, and I'm not that far behind, so I've got decent odds. But anybody who comes into the game new, they're just seeing all these cards they're never going to see, or rarely going to see, and they're not going to be able to build those decks very easily, short of throwing hundreds of dollars at the game. And I don't want that to happen to people. I don't want people to feel like they're getting hosed. If they don't play, if they don't do this or pay that, they're not going to get this. I don't know. I can see, like, if I do a champion season, giving people a chance to win something. I don't know. Like I said, I want to be able to give people functional things and, you know, give them special marks and special graphical updates to a point that aren't like pretty. Because, I mean, I'm not saying they won't be nice, but they just won't be. I can't do Marvel Snap where they make all these really cool cards because they have 1,000 artists who are out there making cards for them or new art for them. If my game succeeds, I can hire some people and maybe I can start doing cool updates. But if my game is, you know, moderate and is just bringing in a little flow of funds, I want to be able to keep it going. But if I have to depend on me for the beautification of these fancy, cool new cards, it's not great. So I'd rather give people functionality, like maybe they can play in the next seasons, the next champion seasons for free, or anybody who makes it to the top few or whatever, a way that they can do it. Or even you can earn your way into champion seasons by way of winning your own leagues. Maybe you can earn your way into any special league by earning certain amounts of points. You can. Maybe you want to build your collection up. So throughout the time you're playing, if you play a lot, you can build your collection up by earning these. I already have a collection design system set up where you will be able to earn up purchasing points, where you can add certain cards to your collection. You can level up their collection levels and they become part of your collection. So you can build them up build your own collection up by just playing a lot. So that's kind of the idea. So nobody has to necessarily buy, but I do probably want to give an option maybe for anybody who just starts playing my game, and if I've been running it for years and they want to get players from whenever and they want to build them up, maybe they can build some collection experience to kind of catch up a little bit on their collection. Hey Karama, how's it going, man? You're back. I didn't even know you left. you and all your weird little symbols. N.N, N_N, colon, I think that's just a sad face. I don't know where you're getting those numbers. But anyway, that's my thing, man. I have that's my strategy right now. I just need to get all my stats working. I've got them pretty balanced out, so that I'm down to 3 that aren't fully doing what I want them to. They all should be showing this 1586, and then once I get them all done, I have to go through and kind of make sure they're balanced. I've done it with about 5 or 6 of them, and then I got to make sure they're all good. Then I can go create the UI. Oh, finally. Well, actually, that's only partially true. And not the UI. Let me say the UI that allows me to build my teams. So I have to check this up here. My result here says my range thing isn't working. So if I were to go look at a player right now, it doesn't have any. Dang it! If I was to go look at one of my players, they all have like a 1. So my scaling isn't working. I need this thing to work fully to give people a full rating. So when you go look at them, you have, everybody's got their bar of skill, and that's there. And a lot of that has to do with these numbers not being set. So once they're all set and the ranges are good, then I can go in here and set all these things to be correct. And then I can do the salary, which allows me to then go generate my teams, which is UI stuff. I'll be building the UI to see, so you can go in, get your account, which I already have the playbook and the game plan and the automatic team assignment. You don't have any players in it yet. But once you go generate your first league, which is kind of the starter league, it'll be like an 8-team, 8-game season, kind of a practice thing to kind of see how the game works. And it also allows you to get some of your first players into your collection. And once I have that, I can then go, okay, now you have a team. Quick play. Those are the things I want to get done on my initial demo. It'll get all the way through, run a quick play, and quick play runs a game. And the game goes through and just does its thing. Now, there's a lot of parts in a game to work. So what it's probably not going to do is show a lot of like score and stuff. I'm just going to have it running plays back and forth. Eventually, I'll put all that in. But the first demo is just going to be end to end. Create your account, create your first team, run quick play. It's not even the league. I mean, I have options and stuff for league and quick play and coaches mode and streamer mode. Streamer mode, I already have it set up to pair teams. That was one of the first things I did. I got it set up where it's able to go fetch and pair teams. All I have to do is stick in whatever team I want and it'll pair them. And I can use team IDs. So once I create these teams, they'll automatically be there. I could pair up teams in streamer mode and let them run. And that's what I want to do as once I get my game going, at least in the most basic fashion, I can just call my streamer game, and that's a quick play mode of some sort. It'll pick the 2 teams, and it'll run while I'm here coding. You can see my game running in the background or in the corner or wherever I'm going to put it on my screen. That could be, if everything goes according to plan, within the next couple of months. I want to get my first sample of a game, first demo. I wanted by the end of September. It's taken me so long to get. We're in the middle of September now, so I'm thinking October because it's taken me too long to get all these skills fully balanced. I have them all made and they're all compiling and we're returning results, but they're still a little off. Like these last couple of days, I've been optimizing and cleaning up some of these skills. And I need them to be good because that's the only way my game's going to run right, because the numbers all have to kind of match up. And I can't do that without having decent numbers. So, c'est la vie, man. I'll get it. It's gonna work. And then I got to do stuff like, eventually I got to write into my logging to say, okay, well, I'm logging all this while I run it here in my terminal. But eventually I got to have it capturing this stuff and actually putting it into a physical table log. And then I'll have to have call outs to say, okay, this is happening or this is happening, and to let me know when things are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so that's all stuff that's got to get built in over the course of the next year. That doesn't have to happen now, but that's going to be how I optimize and keep track of things and making sure everybody's games are running well. Anyway, I got to leave in about 9 minutes. I got to go to rehearsal. June, thanks for coming by, man. I hope I see you again. And if you're into football, keep an eye out. The fantasy football game is coming. It's coming, not soon, but it's coming, and you can watch it advance. But you might be able to see a demo, maybe even get in on that once I start make it available to people to play test. And if you enjoy, subscribe. I can always use subscribers. As you can see, I'm all the way up to 160 something. Till next time, everybody.